Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we're going to go over the news. Of course, I'm live streaming on two channels, this channel and my other YouTube channel. You'll be able to see the dashboard on the other YouTube channel if you want to see the dashboard. Yes, it is the weekend. We're doing this on December 8th. So a lot has happened last night with the fall of the Assad regime. There's going to be a lot of geopolitical dynamics that are going on. There was also the reopening of Notre Dame, which I thought was pretty neat to see. So maybe we'll go over that too. I find that event of opening up the reconstruction of Notre Dame and then the fall of the Assad regime happening on the same day was transcendental. All right, so we'll go over that. There's a lot to do. As the ones that have been following me, I'm doing more of these live streams and a lot more interaction. I have to set up the X spaces for this broadcast. The X spaces will be a way for you to be able to call in and give me your opinion about certain things. If you have a certain perspective on what's going on with Syria, or what's going on geopolitically or even domestically, great. Just this is supposed to be interactive. But for me to be able to do this, I need your support, and I need your support on many different fronts. I need you to share the links to get over the censorship. I need you to ask your social media to follow me so I can increase more followers, so I can reach a larger audience. Every time I do a video, I post a video, I do a live stream, YouTube bleeds me down every time. And the moment I stop, then they don't bleed my subscribers. So I need your support. Now, the moment that I'm gone, you're not going to hear me anymore. So it's either you support or you don't support. I don't care which way. It's up to you, right? The information I have to share is going to better your mind, your perspective on what's going on geopolitically, what is happening in the financial markets, and how to support your health. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm the most comprehensive on these subjects. When you put them all together, I'm the most comprehensive and the most accurate with how to navigate through this. So I need your support. So by sharing the links, asking your subscribers to follow me, make sure you follow me on all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can support my work by donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and by donating, you're helping support the free content I'm creating. All right? I have thousands of hours of free content, thousands of videos for free on all different subject matters. You're gonna need me when the shit hits the fan. Trust me on this, all right? So please help support my work and get through this YouTube censorship. I'll be doing over time other live streams on other channels as I'm building out this network, all right? But right now, the live streaming is only on YouTube. I'm scheduled to be interviewing John Hogue tonight. So normally I do recording. So we're gonna do something different if we do our show tonight, which we should be. So everything is scheduled to do that. If we do the show tonight, then what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna open up X Spaces. You'll be able to listen live on X Spaces. And you can ask a question to John Hogue. Now, I haven't made the decision yet if I'm going to live stream the video into YouTube. I don't know yet. I might not. But I'm definitely going to open up X Spaces for you to ask a question to John Hogue. I think it would be very important that you listen to our show. Now, that show starts at 10 p.m. New York time. All right? 10 p.m. New York time tonight, okay? join spaces, listen in. If I do the live stream, then you'll be able to watch the show on YouTube. I most likely will stream it on the larger channel. So this channel that you're watching, the larger channel. So hopefully, everything will work out and that it can be interactive, and we'll take questions, and you will be able to ask John what he thinks about certain events. Because of the reopening of the church and what's going on in Syria, I think that show is going to be really interesting. So please stay tuned. It's 10 p.m. tonight, New York time, live. All right? Now, to do this, I got to click a lot of buttons in a certain way. and I don't like clicking buttons. But please help support my work. Donate. You can also donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website. You go to the website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. By donating on Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or being a paid member to my Patreon channel, that allows me to do all this stuff for free. All right? You don't support, it's gone. It's that simple. All right, so what I want to do is I want to go to live Assad. Obviously, I'm going to focus on the Assad regime falling. HTS took over Damascus. The rebel fighters, or not the rebel fighters, took over, and Assad's fighters stood down. Now, what also happened was the Iranian fighters that are in the northern area, my understanding is in the northern area by the coastline, also left. But Russian support, military support, is still there. Now, the rumor is that he was on a plane and left. We don't know where he went. Now, there's some YouTubers that say that he crashed. I don't know. When he's on a plane, I heard that he was on a helicopter, and so I think what happened was he was on a plane, they turned off the transmitter, and he probably, flew to a safe harbor outside of the country. That safe harbor, I don't know, maybe it's Russia. I don't know. But there's definitely things that are going to be changing in the Middle East. Now, like what I said before, we are in a period of time. Now, you'll have to go back to a few videos. I don't know what the episode was, but it was with John Hogue, where I was talking about the Zohar, something that I read in the Zohar. This must have been last year. And I was saying that certain things would happen where a bright star or a bright object is in the sky for 70 days. Over a city of Rome. Over a city of Rome. Not Rome, but a city of Rome. Now, it looks like that I'd have to research what the comet or asteroid, I think it was a comet, was. But there has been a comet that traversed the sky for 70 days. All right? And, was the fall, I want to get my facts straight here, but the fall of, I think it was the Hezbollah leader. I think it was the Hezbollah leader. It could have been the Hamas leader, but I think it was the Hezbollah leader. When he was killed by the Israelis, that city used to be a major legal scholarship training center for the Roman Empire that extended into the Middle East. So the point I'm making here, and I'll sit down and get all the details, all right? The Zohar predicted the events that are taking place right now. So if the Zohar is right, and I'm right, that certain things have been activated, we are going to see Jordan get involved in a conflict, because we're assuming that Syria is going to be stable. Syria is not going to be stable. So Jordan is going to get involved in a conflict and lose land. Lebanon is going to further fracture and lose land. Syria, fractured, is going to be losing land. Iran's theocracy is going to be knocked off, probably by the United States. And so what's going to happen is that there's going to be borders that are going to move more towards what the border system was during King David. And when that happens, is it sets in motion the next step, which is the red heifers. And the red heifers could be sacrificed even before the borders are fully established. They have the red heifers. Why they haven't sacrificed them, I don't know. Maybe they haven't, they just didn't tell anybody. But you have the red heifers, you have the borders being fractured, and then Israel will take advantage of that situation and move those borders back to what King David had. And then what's going to happen is then it starts ushering in many other temple-related events, all right, or the Temple Mount events, all right. Now, I'm basing this based on the Zohar. This is not something I'm just saying, well, I just think, all right. These are texts that are, depending on who you thought wrote the Zohar, either 2,000 years ago or 1,800 years ago. But almost 2,000, if not older than 2,000 years ago, these events are playing out. All right, I believe it's Zohar Volume 3, and I think the pages you want to read are like Zohar. I think it's Zohar Volume 3, pages 73a to like 100b. Okay, the pages are the way they're done is like 70a and 70b. That's the way that it's written. So you want to read somewhere between Zohar. I'll get the details later. But somewhere in there in volume 3, between 70 and about page 100, are these events that I'm talking about. I think it's 93. I think the page number is like 93a. But you got to read a little bit before it and a little bit after to fully understand what's going on. But the point here is that if the Zohar's right, then there are going to be serious events that are going to start to transpire. Now, there was a comet that took place this year that kind of set these things in motion. All right, so we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right that that event has been activated, then there's going to be a series of events that are going to be that you're going to see mountains. What I call mountains will melt. Melt like wax. There's going to be a series of events that are going to be happening that are going to be fast, very fast, and just like, I don't understand how that, like Syria just melted away. All right. I don't think the Iranian regime is actually that strong. I think the Iranian regime is worried that that the theocratic regime is going to be overthrown by the people of Iran. See, there's a difference between the people of Iran that wants democracy and the theocracy of Iran, which is very dangerous, that wants nuclear weapons. So I think I'm right on this. Now, I could be wrong, but it looks to me that what's written in Zohar Volume 3 has been activated. And that is about 1,800 years ago or over 2,000 years old, depending on when you think the published date was. Now, most likely it's over 2,000 years. It probably took time to actually compile all the works. But I think the original works are actually over 2,000 years old. All right, so with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I know people complain about I push so many products. You know what? This is how it supports the channel. This is how it supports doing all this stuff, all right? But what's more important is I'm teaching you how to slow down aging. I'm teaching you how to be healthier. I'm teaching you how to prevent cardiovascular disease. I'm teaching you how to prevent early onset of dementia. I'm teaching you how to improve your metabolism, how to improve longevity, how to be the best that you can be by changing your lifestyle and doing certain things on a regular basis that are going to improve your health. It's stuff that I do, all right? This is not something that I'm just like, well, just do this. It's obvious that it works, all right? All right? I am proof in the pudding, that this anti-aging works, all right? I look a lot younger than Alex Jones. Alex Jones is younger than I am, all right? So just follow my lead on this. I know what I'm talking about. I do it, all right? But it's all about stacking. There's no just a couple vitamins or a couple supplements and you're gonna be good. If you want to improve your endocrine system, if you want to reduce the chances of cardiovascular system, vascular disease, if you want to reduce the chances of neurological dysfunction, if you want to reduce atrophy, if you want to improve the health of your pancreas and your liver and your intestinal tract, you want to improve your endocrine and exocrine system, your immune system, listen to me. When you do it, you won't have to spend so much money when you're older. When you do this, you're not going to be grabbing your chest or grabbing your left arm as you're having a heart attack and seeing your life pass by you. All right? It's that simple. So pay attention to what I have to say, and I'm actually going to literally give you the path to improve your body so you have more vitality when you get older. Nothing's a silver bullet, nothing's magic about this. It's about diligence and sticking to this lifestyle. Train your brain, learn new things, read, write, talk to people in the real world. That's going to improve your mental acuity, your memory, right, and your mood. Mindfulness or spirituality is going to help a lot. Balancing exercises, stretching exercises, really important, really, really important. Especially when you get older, you need to keep on activating that cerebellum and getting that muscle coordination and stretching out your joints. Building some muscle by doing some resistance training. Most of the back problems that people have is because you don't move around enough and you're losing muscle. You're losing muscle in your core and you're losing back muscles. So if you strengthen your back muscles and you strengthen your core muscles, you reduce the chances of back problems when you're older. When you're doing a little bit of resistance training, especially with legs, you're improving the strength of your leg and the strength of your hip. You're reducing the chances of having problems with hip replacements and hip soreness and all this stuff when you get older. A lot of people that die that are older, they fall once, about 3 weeks later they're dead. They break their hip, 3 weeks later, boom, they're dead. Do you really want to have that kind of life? I'm willing to bet that if you ask 10 people, you'll find at least 3 family people that are tied to it within their family that they've known someone that died because they fell and broke their hip when they were elderly. At least 3, maybe even 50% of the people you ask. You strengthen your hip muscle. If you strengthen your muscles and you strengthen the density of the head of your femur, you're not going to have this problem. The neck and the head of the femur. The neck and the femur gets weak when you get older, and then when you fall, it breaks. And there's a lot of vasculature around there, so when it breaks, you can damage the vasculature too. You don't want that. You listen to me, you're not going to have that problem. So I'm telling you the path, and it's up to you to follow it. do a little bit of resistance training, do a little bit of cardio, you know, keep the health of that heart going, supplementation, filter your water, stop eating the crappy food. And that will take you a long way. And oh, by the way, make sure that you get restful sleep continually, all right? Stop doing these disrupted sleep cycles. Not very good for aging, especially after you reach age 40. So with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements I offer. So before I start the video, I have 3 new products here that you know, I use and I find huge benefits from. Now, Boomer Boost is a powder. There's a big scooper, use 1 scoop a day. You mix it with like yogurt or hummus or something soft. You can mix it in your food if you want. Mix it in a shake or just with milk or even with just filtered water. But what this does is it has 68 nutrients in it. And this will also help to support your heart health. And when you do a little bit of resistance training, when you're doing a little bit of cardio, right? You don't have to be a triathlete, but if you're doing a little bit of exercising, you're gonna start seeing that your body is improving and you're getting the nutrients that you need. And this stuff this is like a meal, all right? So you mix this with, you know, some food, right? What I do is I mix it with hummus, and then you can just take this, just go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost, all right? Very high quality. It's got a lot of stuff in it. So you're just gonna go to the store and take a look at my label, and just, I don't have time to read all this, but this thing is top notch, all right? Top notch. To get the energy, to improve your body and get the nutrients it needs. Now, if you work out, all right, let's say you're an athlete, or you're really into working out, you should be taking this to refuel your body, all right? So, it's not just for people that are older that want to go through an anti-aging. This also it's a help with your performance and recovery after a workout. So this is great stuff. So get the Boomer Boost. It's a powder. I mix it with hummus. I think it's best to just mix it with something soft like a yogurt or hummus or something like that. But you create a shake or a smoothie or something like that with it. You can also get, and also take it with if you want, because I take it with this. But some people just take the Gladiator barley. Now the Gladiator barley has superoxide dismutase, which is a strong antioxidant. So you're soaking up those free radicals, you're reducing inflammation, and what's happening with the Gladiator barley, especially when you work out, you're improving your strength, you're enhancing your strength. So by taking the Gladiator barley and mixing it with the Boomer, you're getting all the nutrients like in a meal, all right? So this is like your breakfast, all right? But if you're working out, if you work out regularly, all right, you probably should be taking these 2 together before you work out, so you have a good recovery and a good enhancing of your workout and enhancing of your strength. And you can also get the heirloom barley. So you use either or, get the Gladiator, get the superoxide dismutase, reduce the inflammation, and do the strengthening. If you're not so into into worrying about the strength, then the heirloom barley is great. It will bring down the inflammation, it will detoxify the body, and it also has the superoxide dismutase, strong antioxidant. You can just take the heirloom barley, you can just take the Gladiator, right? Because it's like protein, and mix it with your food, or mix it with filtered water or smoothie or something like that. Or you can take either one of those with the Boomer, the Boomer Boost, okay? So if you're into strengthening, do this combo. If you're into more of detox and you're not worried about the strengthening aspect of it, and you just want to take something that brings down inflammation and detox, this is the way to do it. So I have created a box called the longevity. So you can buy these products individually on my store, or you can buy them in a longevity box where you get the Boomer Boost. It's called the longevity boost box. You get the Boomer Boost and your choice of either heirloom barley or gladiator barley. And if you buy the box, the longevity box, the longevity boost box, it's at a discount compared to buying them separately. Plus you also use the discount 5. All caps, discount and then the number 5. And you get $5 off on top of that. So it's a great deal if you buy the longevity boost box and use the discount 5. Or you can use the discount 5 on any product, it's up to you. So you can buy these individually, or you can buy them, together in a longevity box. It's up to you. But like I said, this is really important to get this great nutrients and to help with your cardiovascular system. And if you want to build strength and soak up those free radicals, take the gladiator. And if you want to bring down inflammation and detoxify your body, boom, take the heirloom. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So let's start with Al Jazeera. What is going on? What's going on in Syria right now?
People here, I would say a lot of people who live in the city are still in their homes. We're not seeing a lot of traffic in the streets, which is understandable because people are worried and they are concerned. This is a divided country, and in the past, people were very much worried about the opposition. They didn't know who these people are and how they intend to govern the country. We were at Syrian state television and radio, from where the Syrian opposition declared the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule. They also called on Syrians across the world to return to their country. And what we saw as we made our way from Lebanon to Damascus, we saw Syrians returning. Some people who haven't been here for years, they couldn't come back because they were wanted by the regime simply because they took to the streets in 2011 demanding freedom, justice, the rule of law. This is a turning point in Syria's history. What comes next, we can only speculate, but the opposition is trying to ensure that this is going to be an orderly transition of power. The days ahead will prove if that is possible. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera.
You really think it's going to be an orderly transition? Really? You really think that it's going to be an orderly transition while they're shooting AK-47s in the air and you can't even hear the reporter? There's going to be factions there. This is not going to be a peaceful transition. There's not going to, there's going to, once the euphoria, dissipates, you're going to see these different factions. Now, my understanding of the factions are HTS, who's funding them? Is it the CIA? Who knows? HTS, you have the Assad supporters, you have the Turkish-backed opposition that seems to be backed by the United States. All right. You have, it seems to me that the Iranians who left, but the Iranians and the Russians were supporting Assad's forces, so Assad's forces are starting to diminish. Now, what's important about HTS is that they used to be a faction off of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So HTS is really ISIS and Al-Qaeda that splintered off and started fighting each other. And then now, so are we going to have a Taliban over in Syria? Who knows? Plus what's going on in Israel, what's going on with the United States, what's going on in Iraq. See, this is the reason why I'm saying that these borders are going to be very fluid. And I don't believe that Syria is going to, go to this, idealistic democracy. No way, no way, no way, no way. I don't think so. I don't think so. And that's not what happened in Iraq. There were factions that fought each other.
Hashimabad Al Jazeera, Bucharest.
Israeli airstrikes have continued across Gaza. These are the scenes after an attack at a park in Gaza City. At least 5 people were killed and several others injured. Gaza's health ministry says Israel's war has killed more than 44,000 people. Protests in Georgia's capital, Tbilisi, are in their 11th day. Demonstrators are angry with the Prime Minister's decision to suspend talks to join the European Union until 2028. Georgia's president and opposition politicians say parliamentary elections last month were rigged with the help of Russia. Opposition figures have been detained during the protests.
All right, I want to go to BBC
Ghana now, where former President John Dramani Mahama has staged a political comeback, winning Saturday's presidential.
Security correspondent Frank Gardner. And Frank, I just wanted you to talk us through what's happened over the last few hours, because we saw crucially that meeting between Turkey, Russia and Iran. And then now we're hearing from the rebel leader saying that there will be some kind of managed transition happening in Syria. How has this transition been managed by the external actors, but also within Syria at the moment?
Well, I think the important stuff has happened on the ground, not at Doha, where these foreign ministers are meeting, because Turkey, the foreign ministers of Turkey, Iran, and Russia were the key players in this, but really the situation in the last 24 hours has moved so rapidly as the rebels advanced both from Daraa in the south and from Homs in the north to close in on the capital. And it's very clear that the Syrian army had no stomach for this fight. They defected, they had surrendered, they retreated, they tore off their uniforms, put down their guns and disguised themselves as civilians. This regime has crumbled very quickly indeed. Now, those foreign ministers I mentioned were part of a...
Now, when the fall of the Berlin Wall happened, in the eastern satellites, the Soviet Union soldiers did take off their uniforms and tried to hide within the population. In addition, certain offices like military offices were burning documents when this was all happening. So what happened with the Berlin Wall? It wasn't like, well, people just, reached a critical mass and they just wanted freedom. That's not how it works. The Soviet Union went broke. They couldn't afford anything. They couldn't afford keeping the people in. They couldn't afford their soldiers. They couldn't afford it. The system collapsed. The same thing happened in Syria. The system collapsed because of economics. And if the economics isn't fixed, then there's no way in hell that they're going to reach homeostasis when it comes to some sort of a democracy or a republic. These factions are going to play on that economic instability, and it's not going to reach peace. It's going to start with the economics. They need to stabilize the economy, and people start believing that the government can help them protect their civil liberties, protect their livelihood, protect, their borders, yada, yada, yada. But if the government doesn't have a good economic base, it's just going to be a failed state. It's a failed state right now.
Known as the Astana process, as in the meetings that people have held in Central Asia to try and thrash out a political future for Syria. Bashar al-Assad was not interested in talking about any transition of power whatsoever. and he has now paid the price. The early signs are quite encouraging that there could be an orderly transition of power. Why? Because the leader of the main rebel group, HTS, that's Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, this is somebody called Abu Muhammad al-Jolani. He has said, we are going to respect minorities, there's not going to be a great big bloodletting of vengeance and so on, but he is only one person at the head of a very large, sprawling coalition of rebel groups. And there are some pretty hardcore jihadists in amongst them. Let's not forget that HTS is still a prescribed terrorist organization, prescribed by the UN and by many governments. It's going to have to prove itself in the coming days, weeks, and months that it is absolutely true to its word and has left its terrorist roots behind. Because people will be thinking about what happened in Afghanistan when the Taliban seized the capital, Kabul, and the whole country, and the international community disappeared. Taliban spokespeople were going on television saying, nothing to fear, don't worry, we're going to respect women's rights. There's going to, we're not like we were in the past. And they're exactly like they were in the past. It's been an absolute basket case for human rights and women's rights. So there are any number of ways in which Syria could now go down a very dark path. It could go the way of Libya, with rival factions, armed groups, descending into sort of tribal and religious friction. But so far, it's looking quite promising. And the West is largely staying out of it. It's going to be for Syria's own people to sort this one out, with the backing, hopefully, of the United Nations, and hopefully without too much meddling from outside countries.
And Frank, what do we know about HTS's capabilities to handle what is really a tense and fluid security situation across Syria?
Yeah,
Introducing Pluralsight's AI sandboxes. First, a prompt sandbox. Experiment with multiple large language models and improve data output by comparing results.
Yeah, it's always very difficult where you've got rebel groups that have been in opposition for years and years and have been operating in a very small, tightly controlled area. In the case of HTS, they've just been in Idlib. They've been confined up to the far northwest of the country. They don't have any experience of governing non-Sunni Muslims and a wider cross-spectrum of people, because Syria is a patchwork.
I want to go back to Al Jazeera. They were showing the looting of the palace. People were carrying furniture here.
Within this group of fighters who've taken Damascus.
The Syrian army really just...
This looks like Taliban type stuff.
There was no money in Damascus to pay troops. People were exhausted. There had not been a peace dividend. Nobody could rebuild their lives. Life looked very grim under this regime going out into the future.
Syrians living in neighboring Turkey, many of them pushed out by Syria's war, celebrated Assad's fall. About 12 million people were displaced in more than a decade of fighting between opposition groups and government forces, with hundreds of thousands killed. Many say the fall of Assad will help heal the scars of war.
This is the happiest day of my life. We are reborn. On this day we rejoice with God's victory.
The internal situation in Syria is still disorganized. Will there truly be security and safety? This phase requires, at the very least, 6 months to a year for any Syrian considering going back.
For years, military support from Russia and Iran helped keep Assad in power. But the wars in Ukraine, Gaza, and Lebanon shifted the attention of both Moscow and Tehran. As celebrations continue for those who opposed Assad, for others there will be worry about what will follow. A range of groups with different aims shared a mission of toppling the regime. Now many in and out of Syria are waiting to see what's next.
You have different factions that have a religious bent to it. You have different factions that are looking for political power. You got oil fields that certain groups want to take control over. And if you have some sort of dictatorial type regime going on, or theocratic regime, obviously that oil is going to go to that regime and not to the people of Syria or to, you know, the private sector. There's not going to be, it doesn't seem to me that in their ethos at this moment in time, at the current ethos, that they have roots in property rights or what we would call in the United States constitutional freedoms. It's not in their ethos. So because it's not in their ethos, why would a business want to be in business in Syria? And because of the oil issue that's in Syria now, and you have a regime that has just collapsed and a power vacuum that has developed and a economy that's in ruins, who's going to be controlling the oil fields? So this is where the United States starts to get involved, right? And other, you know, powers. Now, Russia would be exercising more of their authority in that region if it wasn't for them being so burdened by what's going on in the European theater. So, you know, I don't believe that in the short run that Syria is going to be stable. I think there's a very high probability that it's going to be very unstable, and because of the tension between Hezbollah, Israel, the tension between Israel and Hamas, and the tension between Israel and Iran, this is a powder keg, total powder keg.
The capital, Damascus, has obviously fallen. Are you any clearer on the opposition group's intention going forward, or will it be weeks or months where the reality of the nature and the intentions of these groups will be clearer then?
I think if you look at the statements shared by those groups, they are sort of all in agreement that they want a joint transitioning body to control the country, at least for the short period coming before elections are able to be held there. However, there are many challenges as to who can participate in forming this transitioning body. If you look at, for example, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, although the group and its leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jurani, has been saying that I'm willing to engage and I've changed, the international community as well as regional actors have been skeptical about the real intentions and the change that the group has been trying to project. Now, the real question is, to what extent will regional as well as local actors in Syria be willing to test the genuinity of the statements made by the group? And I think the question to that will then determine, at least in part, what might come next.
Okay, Ibrahim, how much support do these opposition groups do they have internally in Syria?
So I think the first part of this question is, what sort of support did the regime have in that? And so if we flip the question, and start with the regime. So we have seen in areas that the opposition have come in quite in smooth control, right? No civil resistance, no people picking up the arms and fighting, including in a lot of areas that were fully loyal to the regime and had, combatants fighting for the regime. Areas in the suburbs of Hama, and the suburbs of Homs and so on. So the first thing to note is that the regime has tortured its own people, gassed its own people, and forced to disappear its own people, starved its own people, has kind of lost also popular legitimacy. Of course, part of the issue of living in an autocratic government is that you cannot measure in a way which party has more votes, but you can also kind of see what's happening on the ground. Whether a lot of the people are supportive of the opposition and the different factions that are there. We have seen celebrations that they were reunited with their family members, that the prisons are freed. So obviously there is some support, but I think there is also some fears as to what comes next. We have seen and heard reassurances, but we've also seen for the past 10 days and actually a delivery on most of these reassurances so far, and I note so far.
On the point that Hayed was just making a moment ago, past comments made by Al-Jolani, one of which was back in 2014, he had said that Christians and Alawites would not be accommodated in any Syria. I mean, is there any reason to believe that that view has changed, even though you say that publicly he is making other statements, but do you really believe that view has changed?
I mean, personal belief is very, very subjective, but let's look at the legacy of so far since those statements. So we've seen that he has made those statements in, as you said, in 2014 and 2015, but then he has been trying to interact with also some of the minority groups. It lived long before this offensive. He used to reject the revolution flag or the Free Syria flag, which I'm wearing today, but then he changed that. So there's actually been a period of trend, I would say at least a transformation, at least in part, for some time. So these reassurances did not start 3-4 days ago in terms of public rhetoric. But that said, we're still aware of the legacy that you mentioned. We're aware of what happened prior to 2014. We are aware of a lot of groups that suffered and a lot of people that suffered at the hands of Julani. But to comment on the last 10 days, so far so good in terms of reassurances. Would that stay? We don't know. And that's what we'll be very carefully interacting with and very carefully dealing with and in the period to come.
Before we go back to Al Jazeera, I just opened up X Spaces so you can do the call-in, tell me your opinion. This is supposed to be an interactive show. And I also noticed that someone typed in that there's a heat wave going on in Michigan at 48 degrees Celsius. Or not Celsius, Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit. I think it's around 58, it's 50, no, what is it, 53 Fahrenheit in New York. Maybe I should start doing weather. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera. But again, X Spaces is open. Make sure you follow me on X. I have two feeds on X. Follow me there. I also have a feed on GETTR, so follow me on GETTR and on X. But on the DrPaulCottrell feed for X, you can join the X Spaces, do the call-in. It's supposed to be interactive, so please join.
Here, but also I have to say that in Idlib, for the Christian community in the past, yes, the HTS outreach to them, they try to get back to their land, to get them back their land, etc. So this is a very good, positive steps. What we should do now, we shouldn't just relax. We need to keep watching, keep observing, helping, and we want our civil society to be strong on the ground, to keep doing the great initiative they're doing. The last things we want now in Syria to have a sectarian war, and this doesn't look like. People of Syria, they are really being united today. And this is something I can tell you, I'm a little bit comfortable.
Okay, Hayed, we heard an appeal made by the Special Envoy for Syria, Garrett Peterson, who said that appealing for law and order to be maintained as well as the preservation of public institutions. Are you confident that these opposition groups on the ground can do that? And how critical at this moment, Hayed, is the preservation of public institutions?
Sure, but just before answering that question, I just want to comment on something my fellow Syrian speakers have mentioned. I think there is a difference between giving assurances and protecting minorities, which true. Al-Julani and HTS did not only do over the past 10 days, but they had a similar sort of approach to minorities in Idlib, especially with a Druze community there. But there is a difference between not attacking or violating the rights of minorities and allowing people to participate in governing their areas and having a say over who does what in their respective communities and areas. And this is the aspect that Al-Julani and HTS has not been able to really deliver on, despite the pro sort of power sharing sort of narrative and discourse the group has been saying, not only over the past 10 days, but over the past few years in the areas that were controlled in northwestern Syria. So I think for a real sort of shot at a genuine transition that will lead to a democratic and diverse future for the country, what's needed is more than just assurances. Now, going to the security situation and ability of different groups to sort of secure the areas, the issue right now is most of the people who talk about the situation in Syria, they're still talking about one operation that has captured the country. But if you look at what happened over the past couple of days, you have one large coalition of groups led by Tahrir Sham who have been fighting in Homs, but then you have local armed groups who started liberating their areas from regime forces and pushing them out, whether that's in Dar'a and Sweda and southern Syria, or even in Damascus. And this is where we have noticed that the violations have been taking place, especially in Damascus, because there is no one unified group that has been able to provide security and prevent violations similar to what we saw in Aleppo. Right after the capture of Aleppo, the Hayat Tahrir Sham and the coalition fighting with it were able to maintain security there because there were a unified group and structure. We did not see that in Damascus, but hopefully in the next
you've answered,
days that will change.
You've raised an important point, and that was going to be my next question, but I'll put it to Ibrahim. Talk to us about the different groups, Ibrahim, because it's not only Hayat Tahrir Sham. How many different groups are there right now in these opposition forces, and to what extent do you think their ideologies differ from one another, and whether they have different interests and goals, or are they all aligned?
So as Haida said, building upon what Haida said, the operation that started a couple of weeks ago from Idlib to the west countryside of Aleppo and Tel Hama was made by multiple armed groups, coordinated and led by HTS, but there were many people, many armed groups there that did not belong to HTS, who were trained by HTS but are not part of the organizational structure. But also in terms of the individual fighters, a lot of them were from Aleppo, were from Hama, were from Homs, and that's an important point not to forget. This is a kind of, it is Syrian-led in
So he's basically saying that HTS led it, but then you had other factions that seemed to ally with HTS. So the question is is there going to be some sort of coalition around HTS, or is there going, and that coalition fights, the other, the other factions? My understanding is that there is an ISIS Al-Qaeda component within Syria that's not aligned with HTS. Now, if that's true, then that seems to me that whoever has aligned with HTS is going to have to fight ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. Now, maybe ISIS and Al-Qaeda decided to align with HTS, but why would that happen if HTS was fighting ISIS? Something doesn't make sense here.
We've been living in Syria since 2013. So it's not a situation that the central government fell and then all these armed groups are going to show up and start fighting each other. That's what's been going on since 2013, plus a repressive government.
Okay, let's bring in Hind. What do you make of this?
The equation, and the situation continues now.
Okay, Hind, what do you make of the different factions and whether there could be internal power struggles within them? How much how destabilizing could that then be for Syria and for the region as well?
Listen, for us as a civil society owned group, we're watching this very carefully. And it's been lots of worry for us. We believe in the non-violence fight and everything. But today, there is a reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground, we have two options. Or to stay away and watch and get worried, or to be close and try to advise and try to be active on the ground. We are worried about this. And I'm not saying that it is going to be very easy, but it wasn't easy anyway. For the last 13 years, it wasn't easy. We all suffered, our Syrian people.
Kurdish-led Syrian democratic forces control oil and gas reserves in the northeast. Now, the oil and gas is what's going to be feeding the coffers for government programs. The society isn't going to run if the government isn't in control of the oil and gas reserves. And this is why I keep on saying that this is not going to be a peaceful transition, because HTS and the Kurdish faction is not together. Now, my understanding is that the U.S. is supporting the Kurdish faction, probably because that's where the oil is. Because if there's oil, then obviously, America needs to be there, right?
Okay, Hayed, I got to ask you though about the region. And shortly after the fall of Damascus, we saw Israeli tanks cross the border fence between Israel and Syria. They entered Quneitra from the occupied Golan Heights, and this is the first time that they've done so since 1974. Also, we understand that they bombed what they say are military depots in the south of the country as well as Damascus. What do you think Israel's end game here? And how are the opposition groups going to deal with this?
It's a very important question, but I don't think anyone has a clear answer to that question yet. Israel has its own expansion ideology and strategy, and there's fear among Syrians that Israel could take advantage of the situation in order to advance and capture.
This is a great point to really hit home. The situation here is that you'll have the experts, the scholars, the international gurus say that, well, it's just going to be Israel that's just taking advantage of the situation. Now, if I'm right, that certain events have taken place in the last 15 months or so, all right, that seem to be aligned with what's in the Zohar, then there's going to be border system for Israel that's going to expand than what is currently on the map. And that border system is going to go back to a biblical boundaries. Now, I've been saying this for over a year. And I said that, this is going to involve Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. It's happening right now. You're seeing it it's playing out right now. It's happening in real time. Because certain things have activated that were predicted in the Zohar. Now, I'm telling you which volume to read, and that's volume 3. So you have the gurus that don't know the Zohar that are basically saying, well, Israel's just taking advantage of it. This thing has been predicted 2,000 years ago. How is Israel taking advantage of something that was predicted 2,000 years ago? How? Because there are events that are taking place in the Middle East that are not of our doing. These things have a divine hand in it. Now, we can make it a peaceful transition, or we can make it really bloody transition. And I've been saying this for more than a year, that this was going to happen. There's going to be curse, and there's going to be blessing. And it depends on, everyone's going to be cursed and blessed, depending on, how much depends on what nation you live in and what type of person you are. You know, sometimes you'll get the you'll get the blessing first and then the curse. Other people are going to get a curse first and then a blessing. Some people will just get a curse. Some people will just get a blessing. But it's not, you know, there's a spectrum here. But we're seeing it play out. We're seeing Zohar Volume 3 play out in real time on Al Jazeera, CNN, MSNBC, Sky News, BBC. It's happening. But these scholars don't, this is the reason why I'm doing these feeds. These scholars don't see this happening. They put their horse blinders on. They put the horse blinders on and they think, well, you know, everything must be just from the context of contemporary. Well, what about 1,800 years ago and what people were saying? Things are playing out here that are of biblical origin.
Pretext of protecting its own border. For now, they have been just signaling that anyone who will get closer to the conflicting lines and violate those lines will be dealt with harshly. Now, we don't know whether there is some sort of back channels between Israel and some of the groups to ensure that the conflicting lines will not be violated. If we go back to a couple of years ago when opposition groups controlled that area, they had some sort of, at least some of the groups there had contact with Israel and maintained some sort of understanding that did not lead to escalation between the two. So here we have the possibility of, again, reaching some sort of agreement through back channels in order to give them the assurances that they need in order not to expand and basically occupy new territories in Syria. But if that fails, we might see that happening. And I think the role of the international community as well as regional actors will be key here in order to ensure that there will be no escalation on that southern front.
Okay, Ibrahim, of course, Iran and Russia are huge allies of Syria traditionally. What does this mean for that relationship going forward?
Well, it's going to be kind of a nuanced, I think, complicated relationship because they have taken sides. It's not that the Syrian people have decided to, you know, take a side against them. It's them that they've decided to kind of prop up Assad. I mean, we've seen already some of the armed groups, HTS included, that give assurances to Russia that we know no one is going to kind of harm Russian interests. We've seen reassurances on Iranian and Russian consulates. We've also seen withdrawal of a lot of Iranian military advisors and a lot of Iranian presence in Damascus and another one.
The same thing happened in Afghanistan, where, you know, once the United States decided to leave, they said, you know, they can't, they don't want the brain drain, and they don't want, you know, people to leave the country, and everything will be okay. And a few weeks later, a few months later, you know, there's atrocities against women and all this stuff in Afghanistan. So they'll say one thing, you know, I suspect that HTS will say, you know, we have a kindler and gentler, you know, machine gun hand, right? But a few weeks later, a few months later, then that whole theocratic regime comes into play. And you get into oil and big money and the ability to try to siphon off, you know, funds off of that oil and build up your own coffers and not really care about the people, which is basically what Assad did. You know, he was living high on the hog and he didn't care about his people. So I think this is going to be unstable. I don't believe that this is going to be a stable situation. And because it is unstable, it's chaos. It's in a chaotic situation. And with a chaotic situation, you can see the higher potentiality of the biblical borders to be reestablished. It's through stability and solidified borders where it wouldn't be established. It's going to be through chaos that's going to allow it to reconfigure, right? It's like a molecule, or like a structure, like a geometrical structure, right? It's locked into place. Certain chemical structures locked into place, but you have to give it some energy to kind of change its shape, change its structure, and it has a different shape and a different capability than it was before. But it takes energy to do that. It takes a chaotic situation to happen, not a stable situation, an unstable situation, for it to snap back into a stable situation. So you had a stable situation that ended up turning into a chaotic situation, and then it's going to become a stable situation again. But that reverting of a state to a stable situation does not mean it's the same shape. And this is what I mean. The borders, the biblical borders are going to change. The current borders are going to change to biblical boundaries through this instability that's taking place in the Middle East. It's seen it in real time. Again, I have X spaces on, so you can do a call-in. So please go to my X channel and go to Spaces, X Spaces. It's Telemetry, episode 42, live call-in.
In other places. It's now the time for really kind of careful politics. I don't think anyone is in the business of antagonizing any party that could further destabilize Syria. We need to focus on what's next. We need to focus on accountability for the crimes. We need to focus on all the kind of transitional efforts, political and from a human rights perspective. And we need to now start working towards the Syria we all once dreamed of, a Syria that is free from tyranny,
a lot of discussions to be had.
Us all. And,
you're right, a lot of discussions to be had.
Today.
Yeah, but these regional implications are also quite important. Kent, I'll just come over to you. Just talk to us about Lebanon and Iraq now and the impact potentially on those countries. And Lebanon, of course, when it comes to the resistance, Syria was a major lifeline for the resistance in Lebanon. What happens next?
What happened? Lebanon, actually, it is being very sensitive, but today the Lebanese people are celebrating in the street for the Syrian victory. So our Lebanese people there, and they're being relieved by
getting rid of Assad and getting, and freeing the people in general is a good idea. But because of the forces that overthrew Assad, to think that society is going to reach homeostasis and be peaceful, I think you're kidding yourself. It's going to be bloody. It's not going to be stable. They don't have a good economy. So they are the canary in the coal mine. Lebanon is starting to have problems with their economy because of the war that's going on with Israel and Hezbollah. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Lebanon falls. It's not out of the realm of possibility that there is interfighting within HTS or maybe ISIS and Al-Qaeda or whatever that overflows into Jordan, and Jordan gets involved. It's not out of the realm of possibility that this will be a multi-country conflict in that area between Syria, with the countries of Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, and Israel. It's not out of the realm of possibility because all those countries have a nexus to that region. It's really close together. It could just boil over. Why do we assume that these borders are
by
stable?
all what's happening? Now we have to be careful. But I want to emphasize that we need to keep dialogue with everybody. We cannot close any doors. Diplomacy is diplomacy. We need the help of everybody, internationals and regional powers, to help.
When you say you need the help of everybody, when you look at the regional options, When you say you need the help of everybody, what country, in your opinion, from the region, or perhaps outside the region, should step in now to play a...
When they say help, they're talking about military and financial backing for a government, because they have a terrible economy. And I don't think America should be paying for this crap.
constructive role going forward?
First, I just want to keep the Syrian on and Syrian-led process. I want to be Syrian. This is my priority, and this is what I want. And for me, we want to never ever forget who are the countries who stood by us in the past. And they are the one, I'm grateful to them, and we'll all thank them, because when everybody abandoned us and they didn't think that we are going to be where we are today, they did believe in us and they stood by us. And we have a list of countries, especially where I am today here, Qatar. And we thank them, we thank Turkey, we thank the EU, we thank everybody. But the most important things today, we want the help and support to build Syria.
Let me just jump in there for the sake of time. My apologies, but hey, it's final thoughts from you
the
on Turkey.
refugees to go back, the refugees, they need to go back.
All right, I'm gonna stop the Al Jazeera feed, and I'll go back to the BBC. But the borders are going to be unstable, and with unstable borders, you start to have that energy flux, that energy that's needed for the biblical borders to be reestablished. It's playing out just like I said it would play out. And I've been saying that since last year. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen peptides. This has a very extensive amino acid profile. This is great. It has it's a great powder. It has a big scooper in here. You mix that powder with food, or you can create a smoothie, or you just mix it with filtered water, or even milk. Some people mix it with milk. How I do it is I take the big scooper once a day, and I mix it with my hummus, all right? Or a yogurt, like a little yogurt or something like that. Some people put it in a shake, or a smoothie, or whatever. But taking it every day is going to help with your skin, it's going to help with your hair, your nails, your bones, your joints. Now, if you follow my advice and go to the store and get the anti-aging skincare boxes that I have, it has the other supplements that you couple this with to be able to improve the topical part of your skin, the dermal layer, because collagen is needed to cross-link and create a middle layer that's healthy, and then supplements that will help with the basal layer to rejuvenate new skin cells. So go to the store and get the anti-aging beginners skincare box or the advanced box. But just taking collagen as a powder every day is going to improve your joints, improve your skin, improve your hair, improve your nails. And again, it has a great amino acid profile. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen peptides. It's a big scooper. Take it every day. This is approximately about, if you use the recommended dose, this is about a month's worth of the supply. All right, let's go to the BBC here.
Kurds, of Christians, of Sunni Muslims, of Shia Muslims, and I think perhaps one of the biggest threats is friction between the Alawite minority from which Bashar al-Assad's dynasty comes. They are Shia. They're based in the northwest of the country, to the south of Idlib. There could be friction between them and the Sunni militants. And let's not...
Sorry, Frank, I just wanted to add that we've got some images that have come in from Damascus which show damage to the Iranian embassy in the country. What do we know about this incident, and what does it tell us about perhaps people's feelings towards Iran in Syria at the moment?
Well, many Syrians felt that.
Okay, so I just received a news feed from Bloomberg. Russia granted asylum to Syria's Bashar al-Assad and his family. So it looks like he went to Russia. Assad is in Moscow and has been granted political asylum, and that's the Wall Street Journal.
Their country had become a sort of captive of Iran. Syria was the big Arab ally of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It was their big basis from which they channeled a lot of the weapons that went through to Hezbollah in Lebanon. There were very close relations between Bashar al-Assad's regime and the rulers of the Islamic Republic in Iran. So this is a huge blow for Iran, and Bashar would not have survived this long without the assistance he had in 2015, both from the Russian Air Force, but on the ground from troops and advisors and military help from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, plus Hezbollah. Both of those last two were absent this time because Iran and Hezbollah have been severely weakened by their conflict with Israel. And all of this dates back really to the October the 7th, 2023 Hamas-led raid into southern Israel. That triggered all sorts of chain reactions. Obviously, the Israeli assault on Gaza, which has resulted in the crushing of Hamas, but also the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians. But the far-reaching consequences of this have spread well beyond the borders of Gaza or of Israel. It has meant that Syria's opposition, this rebel group, was able to seize the opportunity. They could see the opportunity and they took it with both hands to do this rapid lightning advance, first to Aleppo, then to Hama, then to Homs, and finally to Damascus, knowing that Russia was preoccupied fighting a war in Ukraine, and Iran and Hezbollah were too weak to give Bashar the help he needed, because his own army wasn't up for it.
And talk to us about Russia's interests in Syria, especially its access to the Mediterranean Sea. Why is that important for Russia, and why would it want to hold on to that?
Well, this is Russia's southern flank in some ways. Russia entered the war in 2015, and lots of so-called Middle East experts, probably Hub is one of them, I don't know, a lot of people predicted this is going to be a disaster for Russia, it's going to be their Afghanistan. It really wasn't up until now. Russia's intervention in Syria was largely successful. It was a showcase for Russian weapons. It boosted their arms exports unpleasantly. But most importantly,
talking about Assad in Moscow.
Militarily and unify it.
Apologies, I'm sorry I was muted. I would say no at this stage simply because yes, HDS has managed to achieve something spectacular, something completely unexpected and unpredicted. But this success mainly came because the Assad regime's forces ran away. Now, you know,
President Joe Biden is
Assad
going to be speaking
to keep killing, to keep himself in power, but it seems like his troops decided that they weren't willing to pay the cost anymore, particularly when Hezbollah abandoned them and Russia provided air support, but that was it. So the way things are today, we know that the Kurds have coherent
now the reason why, you know, another reason why I have the telemetry, and that's on the other channel for the ones that don't know, or you can watch live feed on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So there's a live feed on my larger channel, a live feed on my smaller channel with the telemetry, but the telemetry tells you certain data, right? And this is why I'm doing this. So you don't know what's going to happen with the bullet in the blue sky, you know, some sort of black swan event that takes place. Yesterday was a black swan event, all right? So we have, all right, now markets are closed right now. Friday, oil trading closed at, for WTI, closed at $67.17, $67. Now, for the ones that have been watching this, it's been hovering at about just below $70 a barrel. So there was a little bit of a decline in the oil price. I would not be surprised that tomorrow, when oil trading starts, actually it starts tonight, but when you really have the higher liquidity with London coming online and New York coming online, that you'll start seeing Brent and U.S. crude oil going up in price because of this. Now the question is, well, wait a minute. This is where, how do I want to phrase this? Where there's multiple things happening at the same time. And you wonder what is the cause and what is the reaction function. What's the cause function and what's the reaction function? I find it very interesting that Notre Dame's reopening happens at the same time as Assad falls. I also find that Assad's family probably goes all the way back to kind of like one of those evil biblical characters of the northern, the northern area of Syria. All right, I wouldn't be surprised Kabbalistically that his family's tied to that. All right, so there's infighting that's going on. It seems very biblical. That's in Syria, and there is this connection between the Crusades and the European excursion into the Middle East through the Crusades. All right, it's kind of tied into this whole Notre Dame being reopened kind of thing. Then you have, at the same time, when you look at this from a Kabbalistic, metaphysical kind of perspective, at the same time, oil price is a bit suppressed in terms of average daily price per barrel. And then all of a sudden, Assad falls and the oil fields are up for grabs. Is that just a coincidence? I don't know. Then Trump says to Macron, boy, the world's really going crazy now. And he's talking about Syria and what's going on in the Middle East. So, makes you wonder. Now, my gut feeling, we'll have to see tonight how it emerges, especially the Brent oil price during the UK session. But I suspect that oil is going to go up during the New York trading session, not down, because of this. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but like Stephen Bannon says, there are no coincidences. And it's probably his best phrase. Except another good phrase that he has is next man up. But I still think my hair is better than Stephen Bannon. All right, let's continue.
Syria under SDF command primarily. We have, of course...
I'm very sorry, Rob, I've got to interrupt you and take us to the US where the president is speaking. Let's listen in.
More than half a century of brutal authoritarian rule by Bashar Assad and his father before him. Rebel forces have forced Assad to resign his office, flee the country. We're not sure where he is, but there's word that he's in Moscow. At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice. It's a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country. It's also a moment of risk and uncertainty.
Now, I'm not saying that Assad was a good guy. He wasn't, and he needed to fall. But guess what? Right after 9/11, we started to have a war plan about taking down Syria, taking down Lebanon, taking down Libya, taking down Iraq, taking down Afghanistan, taking down Iran, and that was in the early 2000s. All right, so yeah, the United States has a big part to play in pushing, making Syria fall. Now, I think part of the reason is that it's a new Cold War play against Russia. Another reason why the United States is involved is oil.
As we all turn to the question of what comes next, the United States will work with our partners and the stakeholders in Syria to help them seize an opportunity to manage the risk. You know, for years, the main backers of Assad have been Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. But over the last week, their support collapsed, all three of them, because all three of them are far weaker today than they were when I took office. And let's remember why. After Hamas attacked Israel on October the...
This is where the hubris of the Ribby said, you know, you will be victorious if you don't pay attention to the international community, don't be hubris, and don't be fearful, and you will be victorious. Don't be fearful. Don't worry about what the international community has to say, because they're just going to try to, you know, tie you down. And don't be hubris. We have right here a president. The president of the United States, Joe Biden, is being hubris, saying that it was his administration that weakened Iran, even though, you know, he wanted to strengthen Iran with the whole nuclear deal. All right. He didn't really want to fight Hezbollah. Israel forced the issue on them. All right. And then this whole Assad thing, this is more metaphysical than anything based on U.S. foreign policy. I mean, if anything, if you think about it, U.S. foreign policy in that region has been a clusterfuck.
In 2023, when much of the world responded with horror, Iran and its proxies chose to launch a multi-front war against Israel. That was a historic mistake on Iran's part. Today, Iran's main territorial proxy, Hezbollah, is also on its back. And only 12 days ago, I spoke from the Rose Garden about the ceasefire deal in Lebanon. A deal that was only possible because Hezbollah has been badly degraded. Meanwhile, Hamas has been badly degraded.
And Hezbollah is badly degraded because Israel did it. Not that the United States did it. Israel didn't pay attention to his administration because his administration kept on saying, don't do it. And now he's getting on a pedestal and saying that, wow, we love the results. We did such a great job. Amazing. It's amazing.
As well, Iran's own military capabilities have been weakened. Iran tried 2 times to attack Israel. And the United States built a coalition of countries to directly defend Israel and help defeat those attacks. All this made possible for Iran and Hezbollah to continue to prop up, impossible, I should say, for them to prop up the Assad regime. Additionally, Russia's support for Assad also failed. And that's because Ukraine, backed by our American allies, has put up a wall of resistance against the invading Russian forces, inflicting massive damage on the Russian forces. And that has left Russia unable to protect its main ally in the Middle East. Excuse my cold. The upshot for all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia, nor Iran, nor Hezbollah could defend this abhorrent regime in Syria. This is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States. You know, over the past 4 years, my administration pursued a clear principled policy towards Syria. First, we made clear from the start, sanctions on Assad would remain in place unless he engaged seriously in a political process to end the civil war, as outlined by the UN Security Council resolution passed in 2015. But Assad refused, so we carried out a comprehensive sanction program against him and all those responsible for atrocities against the Syrian people. Second, we maintained our military presence in Syria, our counter-ISIS, to counter the support of local partners as well on the ground, their partners. Never ceding an inch of territory, taking out leaders of ISIS, ensuring that ISIS can never establish a safe haven there again. Third, we've supported Israel's freedom of action against Iranian networks in Syria and against actors aligned with Iran who transported lethal aid to Lebanon. And when necessary, ordered the use of military force against Iranian networks to protect U.S. forces. Our approach has shifted the balance of power in the Middle East. Through this combination of support for our partners, sanctions, diplomacy, and targeted military force when necessary, we now see new opportunities opening up for the people of Syria and for the entire region. Looking ahead, the United States will do the following. First, we'll support Syria's neighbors, including Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Israel, should any threat arise from Syria during this period of transition. I will speak with leaders of the region in the coming days. I had long discussions with all of our people earlier this morning. And I'll send senior officials from my administration to the region as well. Second, we will help ensure stability in eastern Syria, protecting any personnel, our personnel, against any threats, and remain our mission against ISIS will be maintained, including security of detention facilities where ISIS fighters are being held as prisoners. We're clear-eyed about the fact that ISIS will try to take advantage of any vacuum to reestablish its capabilities to create a safe haven. We will not let that happen. In fact, just today, U.S. forces conducted dozens of precision strikes, airstrikes within Syria, targeting ISIS camps and ISIS operatives. Third, we will engage with all Syrian groups, including within the process led by the United Nations, to establish a transition away from the Assad regime toward independent, sovereign, independent, I want to say it again, sovereign Syria, with a new constitution, a new government that serves all Syrians. And this process will be determined by the Syrian people themselves. The United States will do whatever we can to support them, including through humanitarian relief, to help restore Syria after more than a decade of war and generations of brutality by the Assad family. And finally, we will remain vigilant. Make no mistake, some of the rebel groups that took down Assad have their own grim record of terrorism and human rights abuses. We've taken note of statements by the leaders of these rebel groups in recent days, and they're saying the right things now. But as they take on greater responsibility, we will assess not just their words, but their actions. And we are mindful that there are Americans in Syria, including those who reside there, as well as Austin Tice, who was taken captive more than 12 years ago. We remain committed to returning him to his family. As I've said, this is a moment of considerable risk and uncertainty, but I also believe this is the best opportunity in generations for Syrians to forge their own future, free of opposition. It's also an opportunity through far from certain, for a more secure and prosperous Middle East, where our friends are safe, where enemies are contained. And it would be a waste of this historic opportunity if one tyrant were toppled and only to see a new one rise up in its place. So it's now incumbent upon all the opposition groups to seek a role in governing Syria, to demonstrate their commitment to the rights of all Syrians, the rule of law, and the protection of religious and ethnic minorities. These past few days have been historic. And it's in the days ahead that will determine the future of this country. We intend to approach them with strength, wisdom, and resolve. Thank you very much. God bless America, and God protect our troops. Thank you.
What should happen to Assad now?
A fundamental act of justice. At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. The words there of Joe Biden. He went on to outline how the U.S. will approach Syria going forward. He spoke of supporting.
I find that it's amazing how he was trying to take credit for what was going on in Syria when it was really something more metaphysical. And it's the failed policy of the U.S. and what's going on in the Middle East despite its failed policy, Assad's regime fell. I don't think, whatever it is, HTS isn't aligned with the United States. They're a splinter group from ISIS and Al-Qaeda. The United States didn't fund HTS. The United States was funding the Kurdish ones in the north who have the oil, to my understanding, all right? So he's trying to take credit for something. He told the Israelis, don't fight Hezbollah. And it was so bad that the United States had to intervene and help because of what was going on, with Iran. Because Biden at the time was afraid of escalating the whole region because of the politics involved with the election, the general election in the United States. So he's going to take the credit that this happened? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work by getting the supplements and the products on my store and help support your health. These are very high quality products that I offer, and if you follow what I do, you're going to be able to improve your health. Slow down the aging process, bring down inflammation, boost up your different systems like your immune system and your endocrine system. A great product that I have is the deodorants that Rainbow Herbals produces, and it's citrus and peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. This is something that we've developed, I think, over 3 years ago. We developed these bars here, and they're made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients in this, all right? And it's a dual purpose product. It's for males and females. It's a deodorant, but also it helps to detoxify the body. So please go to the store, get either the citrus or the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household. Very important to use as a deodorant, but it also helps to detoxify your body. It has no aluminum, has no baking soda, made from natural ingredients, essential oils from the Himalayas. You're not going to be able to buy a better deodorant bar. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get a couple bars for your household. Now, we're in the cold season, and it's really important to do a few things, all right? First thing you should do is make sure that you're taking a multivitamin. The multivitamin that I offer on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, is an easy to digest multivitamin, all right? Multivitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. You're gonna need these to be able to have a good immune system. You're gonna need these so your cellular processes are performing the way they should be. So please go to my store and get the multivitamin. You can take a look at the extensive vitamin profile of this by looking at the label on the store. I don't have time to read off every single thing on this multivitamin, but it's a very high quality multivitamin. And being in the cold season, you need to do a few things, all right? It's really simple. Neutralize pathogens, lower inflammation, chronic inflammation, lower that, soak up free radicals. That's a great way to start, all right? I offer structural nanosilver drops in 100 count. You can get it in blueberry, cherry, or in honey and lemon, all right? These structural nanosilver drops are made from structural nanosilver, and the moment you have that irritation, that structural nanosilver is going to help to neutralize the irritant and also create the barrier and the secretions and maintain the mucosal lining within your oral pharynx. By doing that, creating that barrier, you're reducing the chances of further problems, further infection, right? You want to neutralize the irritant right away. Right away. The moment you have that little scratchy throat or something's not right, take the drops. Right away. That means that you have to get a couple bags and make sure that they're in your house. Because you might have someone, you know, in your house that's sick, or you might have someone at work that's sick, or someone at school or wherever, right? So have some in your bag or in your backpack, or, you know, take it with you, or have it, you know, at your desk. So the moment you have that irritant, you neutralize it. Really important. Get a couple bags. I have it in honey and lemon, and cherry, and in blueberry, all right? And it'll help to neutralize the irritant during the cold season. You're gonna need that, because guess what? Cases are going up in December, and I suspect that also in January. So you need to be prepared and take my advice. Now, you know, if you don't take my advice, that's up to you. But this stuff works, all right? Another thing that you need to do on a daily basis is take the max 35 or the max 14, okay? Max 14 is 14 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or so, and then swallow it. What it's doing is it's improving your oral hygiene, maintaining that mucosal barrier, neutralizing pathogens, all right? When you're doing that on a regular basis, you don't have that inflammation, and you're protecting that barrier, that mucosal barrier, so you're mitigating, you know, problems during the cold season. All right, take a teaspoon a day, either the max 35 or the max 14. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Please go to my store, get the max 35 or the max 14. All right, and to bring down that inflammatory, that chronic inflammatory response, take turmeric and ashwagandha. All right, turmeric is an antioxidant, but it also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. Ashwagandha controls your blood glucose levels and your cortisol levels. High glucose and high cortisol is pro-inflammatory. So you want to control that, you want to bring that down. So take these together, and you're going to be boosting up your immune system, but not just that. These work together and help your cardiovascular system, because when you bring down inflammation in your vascular system, you're reducing the chances of further plaque formation. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric and the ashwagandha. Get the max 35. Get this structural nanosilver drops. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, what's going on?
Iran is extending its hands to the next Trump administration to say, we are interested in nuclear deal. We are interested in better relationship with our, Arab and Middle East environment, and so on and so forth. None of that required war. It only required wiser diplomacy. But certainly Biden had none of it. Zero.
Right, Marwan, the way this is being framed when you listen to US and Israeli leaders, is there a framing here that says the problem is Iran and its allies and the complete overlooking of the fact that Israel occupies Palestinian land, it occupies the Golan Heights of Syria, there is occupation of the Shabbat farms. All that is somehow not there present in the rhetoric.
Not only is not there present, but it is in fact the root cause of this entire mess that we continuously talk about. And I'm glad that you continuously refer to it, Sami, because this is what we call the root cause. If Israel withdrew from occupied Arab and Palestinian territory and allowed for the freedom for the Palestinians, the Lebanese and the Syrians, then we wouldn't have any of this. And if it wasn't support for the United States,
right,
we certainly wouldn't have any of it.
All right, Marwan Bishara there, thanks so much. That brings us to the end of this show, but the good news is Sarah Khaira is back in just a moment with another full show, so stay with us.
In a split second, a little girl full of
so
life.
Before they recycle their show, I want to look at some of the other live feeds that are going on here. I want to go to France 24. Where are they doing right now? Oh, they're on commercial. They're on commercial break. Let's see here. I thought that, while we're waiting here, I thought that the reopening of Notre Dame was pretty cool. That whole thing here. Okay, this is France 24. I wanna jump in here.
Are Syrian. And Jolani is going to ask for them back. Now, it's true that America is protecting the Kurds and fighting against ISIS possible recrudescence, but that doesn't mean that America has to keep the oil wells. America can allow for Jolani and the new government in Damascus to exploit the oil. And so that's going to be a very important feature, a tug of war between these two. Also, all those prisoners, the ISIS prisoners, that are being held in these big camps controlled by the Kurds and America are Syrian prisoners. And they belong to the Syrian judicial system. They don't belong to the Kurds. The Kurds and this entity that America has created in northeastern Syria is illegal by all intents and purposes. It's there because America is fighting the war on terrorism and it fought against ISIS and had a UN permission to be there. So it gets very complicated legally, and it's quite clear that this new government is going to say, this is my property, these are my people, and I should have jurisdiction over them. And the UN will, of course, back up the central government in Damascus, or it should, legally, because America is there to fight against terrorism, but not to have the oil.
Let's turn now to Catherine Norris-Trent, who joins us in the studio.
Actually, I wanted to ask a question, if possible, to Joshua Landis there, because of his expertise on that. Joshua, you talked a little bit about Jolani and HTS's record in Idlib province in northeastern Syria, where they had de facto control already. I mean, what do you think we can learn from their time in office and what it's likely to tell us about how they may rule Syria if indeed they do form this government?
Well, that's the big question. And will they do something like Iran, which has a hybrid government where there is a guardian, a chief Islamic officer, if you will, who really controls things in Iran, but it does have elections. They have a parliament. They have a form of democracy, which is important. And he could do something like that, keeping a Islamic council.
I mean,
that would make sure.
I need to intervene. The guy that's running the HTS, right? The guy that's the leader of HTS, he's like this cross between, this hybrid between Zelensky and Osama bin Laden, the way he looks. This is why I keep on thinking, it's like, is HTS CIA? I know the US was involved with, the Kurdish-backed kind of faction in the northern area of Syria, or northeastern area, but something's weird. I mean, when I look at this guy, I'm like, I get the feeling of Afghanistan. I get the feeling, I'm getting the feeling of like two things. The 1980s of Afghanistan and the fall of Gaddafi in Libya. All at the same time. I get this kind of like feel. And, that seemed, all written CIA all over it, right? It's just weird, very weird.
Is run according to some sort of Islamic principles and Sharia law, but at the same time keep the parliament and have elections. And Syria has a long tradition of having a parliament. Now, of course, Bashar al-Assad controlled that parliament absolutely, but there were still elections, and that's a tradition that goes back well before the Ba'athist regime, and there were fairly free elections in Syria in the 1950s. So it's not something that he's going to be able to jettison. We'll have to see how he forms that government, but he's promised a greater degree of Islamic governance as well.
And of course, in Idlib province, as you said earlier, there weren't elections, they didn't hold them. It was, by all accounts, pretty authoritarian, criticism wasn't allowed. So do you think the fears of some of the minorities, especially religious minorities in Syria, are justified in what they may face in the future?
Well, of course they're justified. He has behaved, and his troops have behaved quite well in Aleppo. Christians were not attacked. yes, there were occasional videos of ransacking liquor stores and overturning a few Christmas trees, but that kind of sloppiness and messiness is going to be expected. The real question is how are the Alawites treated? And today, the rebels have yet to march into Latakia. And I was saying earlier, in Latakia, there's widespread looting now. I hear this from friends and family in Latakia. And not looting by rebels, looting by people who are hungry or who are thieves, and they're busting into people's houses and taking whatever they want. And the banks have been looted.
This sounds like New York City.
And there's no government control in big areas of Syria. And so the dangers are many for this new government that's trying to consolidate power. Trying to keep order is going to be very difficult.
And especially in a country which economy has been largely run into the ground by the Assad regime, which had basically turned Syria into a bit of a narco state, a hub for production of captagon and trafficking that to the rest of the world. And as you say, with the US controlling its oil fields, which accounted for much of its income before the 2011 civil war. I mean, economically, how is it possible, do you think, to rebuild Syria now?
Can't.
Well, that's going to be the major task of Jolani, is to revive and rebuild Syria. That's what all Syrians want. They need to have jobs so that the refugees who want to come home can come home to some kind of an economy. And that's going to require the United States to really pivot 360 degrees and give up this oil and gas and lift sanctions. Because without lifting sanctions, no Saudi firm or Emirati firm or other local firms that are big and have business with America and the EU are going to invest in Syria. And that's what...
I have a hard time believing that big oil is going to give up oil. That's like the Federal Reserve giving up currency production.
It needs more than anything else is foreign investment and foreign aid on a big scale to rebuild. And that's going to require lifting sanctions, both by the EU and by the United States.
Joshua Landis, Director for Middle East Studies at a center in the University of Oklahoma. Do stay with us. Thanks so much for your analysis so far.
All right, I'm going to go to Al Jazeera talking about Assad going to Moscow here.
On this turned off. By the way, when the Syrian uprising began back at the end of November, there were reports that Assad and his family flew to Russia, that Assad asked Moscow to assist him militarily, but back then Moscow neither confirmed nor denied those reports. Right now, a Syrian flag has been removed from the Syrian embassy in Moscow. The flagpole at the building is now empty. Some allege that probably a new Syrian flag with 3 stars will appear there. And not only the flag, but also the plaque, a plate with the name of the Syrian diplomatic mission was removed from the building of the Syrian embassy in Russia. Right now, Russian officials are in contact with representatives of the armed Syrian opposition, according to the Kremlin source. And the Syrian opposition leaders have guaranteed the security of Russian military bases.
Yeah, I'll take the X Spaces question just in a few minutes here. Let me just get a little bit more out of this feed from Al Jazeera.
In Syria under the UN supervision, so there's still a lot of uncertainty in all this situation.
Yeah, and you were just mentioning there with these Russia bases in Syria. Can you just go through once again what this potential agreement is? Do we know any more on that?
Well, actually, during Bashar al-Assad's rule, Syria was Russia's strongest ally in the Middle East, and he allowed Russia to have a naval base, one in Tartus, the naval one, and an air base in Khmeimim near Latakia, in exchange for Moscow's political and military support. So they say that Russia used its naval base in Tartus for transferring its mercenaries to Africa, Sudan, Mali, and Central African Republic. Right now, we had a Russian foreign ministry statement. According to that statement, the military personnel at the Russian bases in Syria are on high alert and there is no serious threat to their safety, and there is no panic at the bases right now. But that could allegedly mean an element of agreement between Russia and Turkey, but we can only allege that. But still, we can't say anything for sure right now. So basically, it remains to be seen what's going to happen next.
Okay, thank you very much for that latest update, Yulia, from Russia. Well, in the US, the president has hailed the fall of Assad's regime, saying the Syrian president must...
All right, before I take a question or comment from X Spaces, I just want to remind the audience, this is supposed to be interactive, so if you want, please go to X Spaces while you're watching the feed and raise your hand and, you know, request, and then you can ask your question or give me your comments. So it's really important that, you know, this is interactive. You know, we're literally watching, you know, major events happen in the last more than a year as I've been covering this in the Middle East and in, you know, Europe. And we're watching this together. But the key is to make this more interactive. So please go to X Spaces and request to, you know, do a call in or whatever, and you can bring on your questions. Again, I want to remind the audience, I'm going to be interviewing John Hogue tonight at 10 p.m. New York time. That show I'm going to have on Spaces in addition to either a recording or a live feed on YouTube. So I'm not really sure yet with if I'm going to just do a recording with a live stream on just X Spaces, or if we're going to do a live stream on YouTube and a live call in on X Spaces. So please, if you like watching John Hogue and you want to ask him a question or give your opinion on what's going on, because some big things are happening in the last several months. I think tonight would be a really good night. Again, you know, you had Notre Dame being reopened, and you know, the fall of the Syrian regime falling. I feel that there's some Kabbalistic thing going on here, and I'm really interested in hopefully, you know, getting John's perspective tonight at 10 p.m. New York time. So make sure that you follow on X Spaces tonight, 10 p.m. New York time, if you want to ask John a question in real time. So let me take this request. Wait, before I do that, I gotta do a plug of supplements here. You know, that's what turns the world, right? Quickly here. Vitamin K2, MK7 helps with bone health and cardiovascular health. It is synergistic with vitamin D3. D3 helps to absorb calcium. It is a gene expression cofactor and helps cells to go into apoptosis. When you couple vitamin K2 and vitamin D3 together, it helps with your cardiovascular system, and it will help with your bone health. So please, go to my store, stack the vitamin K2 and the vitamin D3. It's a dual purpose stack. Helps with your cardiovascular and helps with your bone health. And lastly, nattokinase, which is also stackable with D3 and vitamin K2. Nattokinase will help with your cardiovascular health. It's fibrinolytic, so it'll break up clots. In addition, nattokinase will help to bring down your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So it's lowering bad cholesterol and increasing good cholesterol. Really important as you get older. So please go to my store and get the nattokinase. All right, with that said, let's let me get this request going here on X Spaces. Hello?
Hey, Paul.
Hi, how you doing? Doing
Good
good?
to talk. Sorry, I changed my name back to the original one, so.
It's all right. So,
yeah.
You've been paying attention to what's going on in Syria, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, and
What's your take?
Well, could we start with the fun part for a second, Notre Dame?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was beautiful, just beautiful. So I found the YouTube channel for Notre Dame, so I got the original like video without any commentary on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting. So they had like 3 different sessions, like, you know, 3 different multi-hour things. The first was the Trump one that we all saw, but then the next one was where they like, it looked like they consecrated the church, you know, with like oil and incense. It was really interesting.
All right.
And then the last one was, I think, like the first communion. So, but as somebody who grew up Chabad, it was pretty interesting to watch. And I always, if you don't mind, then we'll get to Syria, but this is really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was in DC on Christmas Eve, I went to like, you know, the big Catholic church, not because I believed in it or to take part, but just to watch the pomp and circumstance. It's like a show, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's entertaining, and not in any disrespectful way, but and this was similar. It's just really interesting. You got to see this part where they took like, it looked like olive oil, and they spread it all over the top of their altar with his hand. Like the priest spread it with his hand all over the top of the altar, and then put these. It's just really interesting. It goes back to a lot of biblical, you know, ancient biblical stuff. So that was interesting.
The anointing of the oil and the anointing,
Exactly.
the anointing of the objects and the purification of the objects. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, some interesting points about that trip. You know, it was pretty interesting to see Trump with Prince William. That was, you know, with a few different people. Prince William, I don't know if you got to see that one. I mean, there wasn't like much video or pictures.
I saw a picture of it, and I saw him. I saw them shaking hands. You know what's interesting with Prince William?
Yeah.
He seemed, you know, to be ear to ear grinning when he was with Trump, but when he was sitting by himself, he looked sad. There was a sadness that I saw in his face. I think there's something going on between him and Kate.
Him and his sister-in-law?
No, that's Merkel.
Him and Kate. With the cancer thing.
I think there's. He looks sad or depressed.
A little broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really sad. I mean, he's my age. You know, I don't know. He's like a millennial. He's our age. You know what I mean? Like he's one of us.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm a little older, but yeah.
Yeah, but
I remember his birth, so.
Okay. So. But I guess what I mean is he's not like King Philip or whatever his father's name is.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
he's not like detached from. I would hope that he would be. He just seems more in line, you know, like Prince Harry.
It's King Charles. It's King Charles.
King Charles, there you go. Thank you. It's like Prince Harry is super disrespectful, you know. It's like when he took that picture with Melania, he put his hands in like the devil sign in his jacket. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I didn't know if that was the meaning of the symbol.
Well, I don't know for sure, but it sure looks like the devil symbol.
I don't know what the meaning is.
Well, you know when they put their hand and they lift their tooth, so it looks similar. It's true. I don't know what the meaning is, but now so there was the Prince William one, and then of course with Macron, he was super. How do you call it? He treated Trump really well, Macron. That was nice to see.
Well, I mean, he needs to because he's afraid that the taxes are. He's going to get slapped with some major tariffs.
But it's smart of him to approach it that way. I mean, rather than Biden.
I think there were 2 things that were going on. 3 things with Macron. Because, you know, he's in turmoil with his government.
Oh, that's true.
You know, that he wanted to align with someone that seems a little bit more macho and a little bit more in command of what's going on.
And could give him credibility.
Yeah, you know, and then trying to give him a little bit of pomp and circumstance would maybe smooth the whole tariff issue.
Exactly. Now,
plus he wants to also be a little bit more macho. You know, if you notice that he was trying to out-arm and out-handshake Trump.
And there's no way he could. I mean,
but I'll tell you. You know what's interesting with Trump? Yeah, I said this on multiple. Well, he's a strong guy, but you know, the thing is, He's a big guy. But the thing is that he has these mixture of soul roots between George Washington, JFK, and Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
So when he was sitting down next to Jill, they were kind of talking, but the turn of his face, and because he was wearing a long overcoat, dark overcoat, and with that, I thought his tie was pretty good. He picked a good tie, but just the color scheme that he had, and the way his hair was in the angle, there's just a little bit of hint of George Washington. You could kind of see that if you did a quick take at it, you might say George Washington was actually sitting there. So I feel positive about Trump's second term, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. It's going to, there's going to be people trying to try to have his administration stumble.
Yeah. Now you said, and let's get to that too. But he said Washington, Reagan, and the third one was
JFK.
JFK, right? Of course, yeah. It's so interesting. Okay, so let's see whether there was anything else interesting with that trip. Well, anyway, then let's move to. Was there something else before Syria? Well, let's talk about some of his picks, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is interesting. So, I love Matt Gaetz, but I think Matt Gaetz. I think what would have made him stronger is remember when Don Jr. was accused of working with Russia or something. He just came out up front and just said, "Here's everything that happened," and then it kind of destroyed the story, But by Matt Gaetz not confronting it and just trying to push it under the rug, it just makes it harder to. Now he might want to be pushing it under the rug because he doesn't want whatever the truth is to come out, but.
I think that with Gaetz, I think the things that he was doing was pretty raunchy.
Yeah, right.
And at the same almost the same level or a similar level as Hunter Biden. With the underage stuff and the drug abuse and all this stuff. So I think that some of the things that are going on with Gaetz, but I do think that he would be a person that we need at the DOJ to go after people that are that were trying to circumvent Trump's first term, and just the ones the DOJ is weaponized even against other citizens of the country. They need to be investigated, absolutely investigated. So he would have been a good person for that, but I think his character, the character of Gaetz, I think is flawed. Now with Hegseth, I think it's a little different. I think Hegseth, I think people that have been in the military, a lot of them, especially if they saw combat, a lot of them have alcohol problems.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have marital problems, and that's the told story of a war vet, and I think that should be brought up in the media, not to demonize him, but just to say, hey, this is part of the mental health of being in that kind of environment, and maybe instead of demonizing Hegseth, it's be more understanding of the situation.
The one thing about Hegseth that catches me is, Trump couldn't find somebody with a little bit more credential. In other words, Hegseth's the young guy, no problem. He has some credentials, but his credential was kind of being on Fox News. I know he has some Ivy League degrees and he was in the military, but has he really done?
Here's the problem. I think the thing with Trump is that he doesn't really feel comfortable after his first term, bringing in people that have been inculcated through the system, because the people that were inculcated through the DOJ or the
Yeah.
DOD probably are aligned intellectually with the deep state because they were brought up in it. See,
Right.
you know what I've noticed with people that I've interfaced with over at the Harvard Club?
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
there are a lot of Kennedy School types there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and they have guest people talking that were ex-CIA types or advisors to presidents or advisors to think tanks and whatever. And so they have a very strong background in a particular subject matter dealing with geopolitics, right? Or international affairs. Very strong, right? But what I have noticed is that if they are brought up in a certain department,
Right.
they will be more protective of that department. So if you're trying to restructure the DOD,
Yeah.
do you really want an insider or do you want an outsider? Because it's the same thing with corporate America. Sometimes you want to hire from within, but sometimes it's better to hire from outside. And I think we're at a situation when it comes to the DOD or the DOJ that you want to hire someone from the outside, not the inside. And I think that's that's where he went. He went with the strategy, try to hire someone from outside the department.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't have an issue with him on a personal level. I don't have an issue with him becoming SecDef. But I will compare him with Kash Patel. So Kash Patel's probably around the same age as he is.
Yeah.
But the difference, so Kash Patel, you could also say it doesn't really have a lot of experience, but in truth, in the last administration, Trump moved Kash around in a bunch of important positions, and there was no, I think, and so it gives him and there wasn't any scandal or anything, so now he could come around, and so now Kash has a lot of support, and they're saying he's going to be, for sure approved. So, but have you heard this rumor that they're saying that maybe if Hegseth, doesn't last, then the Florida governor, DeSantis,
Yeah, my take on that. Is that I don't trust DeSantis for multiple reasons.
I agree with you on that.
One, he's a yelly, and I would not be surprised. I can't prove it, but I would not be surprised he's skull and bones. Because if you look at his resume, he looks like he was fine-tailored for the presidency later in the future.
Oh, interesting.
Just go to Wikipedia and look at his experience and where he went, and he was part of JAG, and he has a lot. He's well credentialed, if you want to use that term.
Yes.
But the thing is that he just looks deep state. He looks to me like a skull and bones type. All right, I can't prove it, but he's definitely a Yaley. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the thing so you got the Yaley issue, that potentially he's a deep stater. All right, but let's just say he's not. The way he conducted himself, it was about him trying to elevate himself in the political theater. If you remember, there was those earthquakes during Trump's first, was it Trump during his, no, was it his first term? I'm trying to remember now. No. So DeSantis was positioning himself during the Biden administration to run against Trump in 2024.
Absolutely.
All right? And I felt that DeSantis should have aligned himself with the Trump movement or the MAGA movement as a VP, not to go head on with him. And so from my perspective, it seems as though DeSantis is a little bit more like Nikki Haley, self-centered, deep stater, not really a MAGA type person.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't trust him. I feel that if he brings on DeSantis,
I don't trust him.
Trump's making the same mistake that he made in the first term and bringing on people that are going to slow walk his policies. I don't trust Nikki Haley or DeSantis. Don't trust him.
Nikki Haley is just disgusting. The problem with DeSantis is he did that advertisement where he like had his kids building a wall and he was, like making as if he was supporting Trump. And then when he fought against Trump, they asked him like, how about that wall you were like, making as if, and so he's like, oh no, that was just like politics or something. That's not a guy that you really, I mean, the good things, yeah, I think when I think about if DeSantis was in charge of the military, I assume he would do a lot of work to rid it of like DEI. And if we got into a third world war, which looks like, I don't know, maybe we'll get to that, but maybe we're heading to that. If, maybe a guy like that could lead the military, I don't know. But yeah, the problem is, and I'd like to hear if you what you think about that. But the problem is, yeah, I mean, he's totally not trustworthy at all. Like I was already thinking in my head, if they tried to like, they have that 22nd Amendment or whatever it is where they could remove the president. It's like, he'd be the first guy on that list. They could remove a president for like mental issues, and I just, yeah, he's totally not trustworthy. Now, what they're talking about in the media, what they're saying is, first of all, there was this story like saying, oh, DeSantis something is being considered. And it's like, you wonder, okay, was that story planted by DeSantis or his people?
I wouldn't be surprised that it was, just to test the water or to try to or force the hand of Trump. I don't trust DeSantis. Yeah. I really believe that the deep state is very concerned of the restructuring of the DOD and the DOJ, and also the other agencies like the FBI.
Yeah.
So, and because, that restructuring would mean investigations of nefarious activities that were going on during the 2016 election and the 2020 election and, the lawfare and all this stuff. It starts, shining a light on mismanagement of funds at the DOD. The deep state knows that Trump is going to be a lion, right? And that he needs people to promote his policies within these agencies. Now,
DeSantis,
and DeSantis is not one of them. So you bring in DeSantis, he'll slow walk it. He's going to protect this. He's going to protect the national security state.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not constitutional freedoms or a Trump agenda. Now, if the way I see the Trump agenda, now maybe I'm biased, but the way I see the Trump agenda, if it's allowed to carry on, what's going to happen is we're going to have a more efficient government, we're going to have less regulation, and we're going to have restructured agencies. And these agencies have never been restructured.
Oh, yeah.
But we've had corporate America restructured multiple times, the last 20 years. So, you know what? It's time. It's time to restructure. I am shocked there's so many people that are working at home that are there for the government.
Crazy.
And that they have not gone to the office since the crisis of 2020. I mean, that's unacceptable. It's just totally unacceptable. And now we know why in New York, office space is at an all-time, vacancy. And the little shops around the corner are dying out because they don't get the lunch business.
The regular,
So people need to realize that going to work actually helps the economy.
Yeah. Well, actually thinking about what you said, I think you're right. Like DeSantis would probably hurt DEI in the military, but as far as like doing like deep state investigations on the deep state, in other words, investigations on all the stuff we talk about, like, that'd be hard for me to imagine him doing.
No, he wouldn't do that. He would,
yeah.
He's a plant. He's a plant to try to prevent Trump from restructuring the DOD.
Wow. Now, do you have any thoughts on Pam Bondi?
Bondi's probably would be a good replacement for Gates. She's probably more competent, if she was elevated to the position.
Do you think she would do the investigations necessary?
Yes.
That Trump needs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. That's good. What is it? There was a big police union or something that came out and endorsed cash. like a nationwide police union or something. And I'm looking forward to Cash being in that position.
Oh, I hope he gets elevated. Yeah, no, I definitely, no, yeah. I think he's a good pick.
Let's talk about another pick. David Sachs is going to be, now they did say the crypto and AI czar, but the one that maybe interests me even more or caught my eye was there's like a council within the White House sort of thing, or executive office of like science and technology. I think that's great. You need somebody in there who's going to kind of has the pulse of what's the latest tech, and is just going to work with Trump. Well, hopefully can help push that tech forward. We really need to see, our tech, everything just go and not be held back.
I think you're bringing up a great point, and I'm just going to raise it up to like 50,000 feet here.
Yeah.
All right, the problem with the UK compared to the United States back in the 1700s, late 1700s, early 1800s, the problem with the UK was that they were always kind of litigious because they were an older nation, and they did have a global outreach, global footprint because of the British Empire and globalism, right? And free, this trade kind of, it wasn't free trade, but it was this trading alliances with the colonies. So it was about business and about legality. So it was more of a liberal art kind of mentality in the society, not very scientific.
Oh, interesting.
Now with the United States, because because of the United States, we spun off just in the right time to really embrace the Industrial Revolution, where we are like 2/3 science and manufacturing and 1/3 litigious from our common law connection with England. So, all right, so, fast forward that concept that the United States' future has always been embracing manufacturing and technology and the sciences, and trying to shed some of the litigious stuff. It's when the litigious stuff starts to ramp up where you get a lot of the regulations, you get too much government intrusion and blah, 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 right? So I would say that having an advisor that is science technology based for the president is a great way to have a pulse for the long ball to be able to compete with China, because they think in terms of 50 years, we think in terms of what's the market going to open up tomorrow. So we need to have a little bit more strategic vision of science and technology, especially with AI starting to come online, and we don't really know what that really is going to mean, and how it's going to be used, and how it's going to restructure labor and capital. So I think it's a good thing,
Yeah, and David Sachs, he's a billionaire. I mean, he does that all in. Actually, to confirm, to put another point on the board of what you're saying about UK versus us, tech versus more litigious, that confirms. I have a book on sort of the history of universities back to like the medieval times, and even back to like Plato and stuff. And I've been reading some stuff on this, and it's really interesting. The first science and the first science university was like in Germany, and then the first one in the United States was what's that one in Maryland? The big medical Mayo Clinic, whatever that university is. The university that the Mayo Clinic is part of, or whatever. Anyway, so the point is that we were the ones that really, it had its start in Germany, but that was a new idea. This idea of like a university being a research university. Before that, it used to be, like you said, much more like liberal arts. The research thing started in Germany. When I'm saying research, we're talking about science and technology. And then, that really boomed. And then in the United States, that became very much the norm. And then Harvard, which used to be, for example, or Yale, which used to be, liberal art universities, became then also science and technology.
Right, they had to. Because what was happening in, let's say, so like with Harvard, it was, 1630s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Yale, I think, starts in 1701 or something around there. So that the 1600s and the 1700s, that was really more of the liberal art way, right?
Totally. All those
Right now, right when right around the Civil War time, 1860s.
Exactly.
That's when you start seeing the kind of these tech universities, tech schools, and MIT, was born out of that. So, and they really solved the problem. Okay, giving people skills that would allow them to build a scientific manufacturing base for the United States.
Yeah.
So now, over time, from the 1860s to now, what has happened is that the quote traditional elite liberal art schools, which would have been the Ivy League, have needed to reposition their portfolio and have offerings that allow people to get skills that are in the sciences and in manufacturing and engineering and all this. So Harvard tried to even buy MIT, and MIT declined. When MIT almost went bankrupt a couple times until Kodak came in and saved them. But basically MIT was on the ropes, and Harvard, was trying to bring them into its orbit to be able to have that technology and science part to it. But it didn't work out, and what has happened is this now Alston in Massachusetts is now the main campus for the science and engineering for Harvard. That's going to be competing over time with MIT.
Oh, so wait, Alston, I forgot because I lived in Cambridge for a while, and so Alston, is that more closer to MIT? I remember the name, but I forgot where it's located.
Yeah, so you got so there's always been a close partnership between Harvard and MIT.
Yeah.
There's always, because people at MIT can take classes at Harvard, and Harvard students can take. So I've taken 2 classes at MIT, and I've had students in my class that were from MIT labs that were in my neuroscience class. So there's cross fertilization between the schools. It has a close relationship. It always has, and even their research institutes, are closely related. But the thing is that donors now have given. I think it's Paulson. They gave like $300 million, or not three. Was it 300 million? Yeah, 300 million, to help build out their engineering school.
Wow.
So and under Summers, they bought all this land on the other side of the Charles River.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they have that whole area. They own that whole area. So they've been just building and building and building, and knowing that they're going to be building campus buildings, and then they know that there's going to be housing, so they're going to be tied into the residential revenues. They know businesses, in that around there are going to be tied, so they're going to get rentals from the businesses. So it's a big, long, 100-year plan to really build out that campus. And once it comes to fruition, a lot of it is online, right? When I mean online, I mean they built it up, and it's in use. So like the engineering building built up, it's in use, but they're still building up the campus across the Charles River. So this is going to be a 50-year, 100-year play. And when 50 years comes around, they're going to probably supersede MIT.
Good thing they got rid of that thing that DEI hire. I mean, how could she manage this kind of thing? I mean, she was
Well, I mean, you know, and the thing is that what did she represent? She represented the old mentality of the liberal art.
So, but you know, I don't know how much, if you followed Gingrich much, Newt Gingrich, but he's always kind of intrigued me. He's this Ph.D. He was a professor in like Louisiana.
Well, Gingrich is a pretty smart, scholarly
very
person.
Smart. Yeah, very
he's
exactly.
a scholarly person.
Yes, exactly. There's some great videos of him on C-SPAN, but back in like when he was fighting with the Speaker of the House, there's some funny videos. He's good. But anyway, it's really interesting I heard him say that I guess they had doubled the budget of the NSF or the NIH and one or the other. And one of his big regrets when he was, I guess, speaker was not doubling the budget of the other one. And, you know, the research budget. And I'm just like, I think our country, we spend so much money on wasteful things. I think we need to put a lot more money into R&D, you know? And, I mean, if we're, in other words, I'm tying it all back with this David Sachs, you know, appointment. You know, it's just like in the science and technology, you know, thing. I just think we need to, I'd rather money be spent on that than on some social program or wasted in the DOD, you know, on like, you know, on cost plus spending, you know, or not.
Right.
But, yeah.
No, I agree with you. I mean, when we invest either in social programs or in some sort of science and technology endeavor, we have to have the lens of how is this making the society more efficient and more productive. If it is a program that is making the society more efficient and more productive, then it's a win-win. Like for example, if there are industries that can't find workers that have the right skills, have a program to be able, that students can plug into, to be able to get those skills so they get hired. Well, then they're employed, right? And the company is making the thing that they need to make, right? So that's a positive, efficient, productive social program. But when you have non-efficient or non-productive social programs, then it's just inflationary. You know, like for example, another great example was during FDR's reign. You know, the dams, you know, and all of the road construction, right? That helped the economy. But not just did it help the economy because people were employed during those structure projects, it allowed people to have more electric power, or were able to traverse between states easier. So it made the society more efficient. So there's tons of things. I mean, I do not understand why we don't have high-speed rail in the United States, where I can get on a train and I should be able to get to California from New York in 4 hours. Why? Why can't I do that?
It's the litigious thing that you mentioned.
Right, exactly.
It's crazy.
But if you bring down the regulations and you spark the entrepreneurial spirit and the imagination, this country is going to blossom. I mean, like Jeff Bezos said, he was being interviewed on stage, and he said that he switched, you know, his thoughts with Trump. Because the United States is set up to be a very pro-growth economy as long as we stop this, we cut the regulations. If you cut the regulations, it's like buying a race car, right? But when it comes out of the factory, it has a regulator on it, you know, it's fuel injection, so you can't go as fast. But if you take the regulator off, the thing goes, you know, 0 to 60 in a second, right? You know, so that's the way our economy is. We have been regulated to death, where we can't grow as fast.
And then let's talk for a second about Doge. Which is, I mean, first of all, how great is it to have somebody like Elon Musk, you know, helping, well, many things. First of all, he's, I mean, first of all, I love seeing him travel with Trump, or around with Trump, because he's a guy that has a lot of knowledge in a lot of areas, knows a lot of people. In other words, if we said, could we get Elon Musk as the VP, I mean, everybody would have said, you know.
The problem is that he wasn't born an American citizen.
Yeah. But I mean, to have him as the second best or whatever is to have,
I think that, you know, I think that two things are happening with his advice with Trump. One is that Elon wants to make the government more efficient and has the skill set to do it.
Yes.
But he also is a futurist. But isn't like a, you know, fiction futurist. He's more of an engineer futurist. How do I have a thought in my mind of way I want the future to be. How do I build it to get there? He has that mindset. So I think that his conversations with Trump about science, technology, and where the country's going led to the need for an advisor that talks about science and technology, because Elon is going to be focused on the efficiency side, but he has these other companies like, you know, SpaceX and Tesla that he has to run.
Yeah.
Right. So. Yeah. You know, but I think that I'm very bullish on America, as long as Trump doesn't get assassinated, and as long as he's able to get many of his nominees into those offices to be able to restructure government, because it needs to happen. I mean, the mainstream media is demonizing RFK Jr., and he's the perfect guy for this.
He may be my favorite nominee, or my favorite appointee.
Right.
Okay. First about RFK. I mean, it's so great to have him, you know, in on the administration, because Gingrich talked about how back in Lincoln's cabinet or whatever, that he brought this group in of his like rivals. It was I forgot the name of it, some kind of rival committee, and you know, to have people like RFK and Tulsi and, you know, David Sachs, all these, Elon Musk, all these people, like, it's like gathering all the, like, sort of the outcasts, you know, and bringing them in. And the other thing is, just to go back for a second to Elon Musk. I do like to also see Elon Musk advising. Apparently Trump is sometimes involving him with like Iran and Russia, or different like phone calls, and I think that's good, you know. And but to the point that I really wanted to get to more was the Doge itself. So Doge, you know, they have this account on Twitter, and they have their DMs open, and they said, if you're interested in Doge, send your resume. Well, I sent in a resume. Okay, I'm not really interested like in Doge particularly, but more in that you know, last time I talked to you about that direct democracy, like constitutional amendment.
Right.
But anyway, what's interesting is I heard Vivek talk about all the resumes they've got in. He said he's way surprised about how good the quality is of people that are applying. That he's just like he's just totally astonished, you know. Like,
well, just take it one step further.
Yeah.
Forget about the Doge idea.
Yeah.
Just look at how many people that want to participate in our democracy that have a lot of different skill sets to move the country forward, and that wants that brighter future. But we've been held back. See, you know, I had this a long time ago, maybe about 10 years ago. I had this phrase: the people that I knew at work were many of them were liberal, very liberal, right? Mm-hmm. You know, in New York, and, you know, of course, right? And I said, you know, the problem with with liberal mindset is you're looking down. You look down onto the ground. But people that have a more conservative, more entrepreneurial mindset, they're always looking up. They're looking up because they're looking at to the future. They're looking at how can they improve the situation, how can they do things bigger, right? But when you have people that are just looking down, it's always, they're all depressed, and they're very, for example, here's a perfect example of what's going on contemporary. In the media, they're always trying to demonize Elon Musk if, let's say, a rocket isn't working right. But the whole idea is that he needs to blow stuff up to find out how to get it to work. This is the mindset that the liberal doesn't understand. You have to fail forward. You have to fail and fail and fail, and then eventually you fix it, and you move forward, and and eventually it gets better and better, and then bam, all of a sudden, you built the thing that you originally wanted to build. So I just find that the liberal mindset is always afraid to take chances.
Wow.
And they're always looking down. And I think that I think the ones that are applying to Doge, they're the ones that are looking up. They're the ones that are saying, hey, we have skill sets, we want to contribute, we want to, just give me the chance, or just, they got all this potential energy within society to unleash, a major economic revolution. Now, Bezos is saying this on stage too. He's saying, it's the regulation that's holding us back. So we may actually see in the 21st century us building the 23rd century, and we skip the 22nd century.
Jeez. Now, and what I think might be happening with this Doge thing is, because him and Vivek and Elon are, not, I don't know that they're going to be official government employees, because then they have to there's all kinds of ethical things and disclosures and.
My thought was that they're just being advisors to the president. They're going to say, this is what we think. We've done a bunch of spreadsheets. We've got all these people crunching the numbers. This is where the savings are. This is how you restructure. Now he delegates that to the different appointed congressional, how should I say? He delegates the authority to the ones that are running the departments that were
the nominees
that were accepted by the Senate.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like Vivek and Elon. They're kind of a brain trust for Trump.
Right.
Crunch the numbers, give me a plan, and then delegate it out to the different agencies and to Congress, saying this is the plan forward. And it's very similar to what is going on in corporate. You have financial guys, you have operational guys coming up with a budget, a 5-year plan, and then it goes through a committee process to get fine-tuned. And that committee process could be, in the Congress to get buy-in and all this. It's not going to be perfect because, the sausage that's the way the sausage is made in Washington. But the thing is that I think Vivek and Elon is the brain trust, and they don't need to be approved by Congress, by the Senate. There's no need for it. But it's the product. The product they create is going to be gold, because what it's going to show is the analytics of why the policy is the way forward.
Yeah, and they also so 2 things. One is so when I heard Vivek talking about this, what sounds like he's going to do is, if I heard him right, he kind of didn't say it totally clearly, but when the president comes in, he gets to appoint 3,000 people within the administration, and so. My guess is what they're going to do is they're taking all these resumes and they're figuring out who's really qualified to go in and help make these changes, and maybe they're going to stick them into some of those positions. So that might be what's going on.
My thought was that there's going to be a series of people that are crunching the numbers for certain parts of the government to figure out where the efficiency should be. And then that will be rolled up. So it's going to be bottom up. This is what I think is happening. or this is how I would do it. You bottom up. You say, okay, we're gonna bring on X amount of people, and they're gonna go in, they're gonna take a look at the budgets, the way the spending is for these different departments, all right? And each individual or individuals, it's probably a pod of people that are gonna go into these different silos. And they're gonna see, okay, where's the savings for this silo? And so they'll have their own kind of spreadsheets and their own business plan for that silo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then you'll have that roll up into a consolidated form where you just have department line item. But, you know, a department line item for the savings that's more at the Elon Vivek level to present it to the president. But everything is backed up with detail at the individual department silo. It's rolled up into the consolidation. So when someone says, how are you going to save 500 million, you know, $500 million, let's just say, in the Department of Transportation, right? Well, it's hyperlinked, you know, it goes to that Excel sheet and it shows line item of everything for the 500 million savings. So instead of just doing napkin, you know, back of the napkin kind of calculations, it's all bottom up.
That actually might make more sense than what I was saying, because, you know, any of these like people that are confirmed by the Senate, they have the like statutory authority to hire extra people if they want, I assume. So all they have to do is just,
So you have this. So you have the people that know the detail at the silo level that are feeding the consolidation, and then it's given to, you know, it's given to be implemented, and the people within that silo, because they know the details, will be brought into that department as a special investigator or special consultant or whatever to push it through.
Yeah, let's talk for a second about Tulsi Gabbard, if you don't mind. So again, Tulsi Gabbard is young. She's not really experienced. I mean, to be the head of the ODNI, that's basically the person who's overseeing all intelligence, all 17 intelligence agencies. Now, they have a staff of, maybe the ODNI, I heard, maybe has a staff of 3,000 people. So, and they don't have like line item, like what is it called? Like monetary, they don't have money control over like the intelligence agencies within the DoD, which includes the NSA and others, the NRO, National Reconnaissance Office and others. So DIA. So it's questionable how much power they actually have. You know, they're the ones that produce those long range reports on like, you know, the national strategy. They produce like, you know, anyway. So I don't know if if you really have to be that, knowledgeable on this.
I think where they're going after with Tulsi is not so much her experience. What they're going after is that she's made comments that seem to be against the grain of the national security state, especially with Russia and Syria. So they're going to say, so when she gets, you know, she rolls up to the Senate hearing, right? They're going to say, why were you a bit, you know, it seemed that you were pro-Assad, right?
That's crazy.
Because she was basically saying that our national, you know, our national security state is getting too involved in the Syrian conflict. Right? So what happened in Syria may actually hurt Tulsi, because she was saying, you know what, you know, maybe we should not, you know, have so much intrusion in the region. So it's fighting against that whole Cold War 2.0 mentality that's at the national security state. That's what they're trying to chip away. They don't want her there because they don't want the restructuring, because they just want status quo. They want they want to maintain their post 9/11 power.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that if she was brought in, that she would chip away at that post 9/11 power.
Right. Do you think she would? Like, do you think Trump appointed her kind of as a payback for supporting him during the election, or do you think he's appointing her because he has trust in her that she'll, deal with some of the corruption in the intel agencies, or both?
I think it's both.
Right.
And I think it's also a little bit of a ding against Nikki Haley.
Oh God, Nikki Haley is one of the worst. She's such a loser. She's with Trump, after he.
It's so obvious that she's all about herself. It's so obvious.
She makes it too obvious. It's like even DeSantis doesn't. I mean, it's not that bad because at least he fakes it so much. She just literally now all she got has is some stupid radio show, I think, and I mean,
she's trying to demonize. What is she doing on that podcast on Sirius Radio? She, what she's doing is she's trying to demonize Tulsi.
Yeah, she's sick. Let's move to RFK for a second. First of all, when they brought him out, there was a speech he gave right before he endorsed Trump. He did a little press conference.
Yeah.
And it was I didn't see any notes or anything. He just talked, and it was just beautiful to talk about. He's hard to beat logically, and talking to him. And then he came out and he gave his endorsement to Trump. That was some great staging, with the firework kind of stuff in the background. This is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I watched that thing a bunch of times because it was just really beautiful watching him give his speech and to the Trump supporters, and that was beautiful. And I think it's apropos. It's perfect that he came in and it's Trump didn't listen to him when he was warning Trump about freaking. Well, I'm not going to say the word.
We can't. Certain things we can't talk about. I don't want to
this time I'm remembering pokes. So he was warning before that whole thing came around in 2020 or whatever. He was warning, and Trump was dissuaded, I think, from bringing him or involving him because of some,
You want to hear? You want to hear an interesting tidbit?
Yeah.
I think it's this coming week.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be on a Zoom meeting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but I can't participate. I only can listen.
Yeah.
That Fauci's going to be on, promoting his book.
Yeah.
He's promoting his book On Call. So I'm going to be actually in a Zoom call with Fauci, but I can't. I can type in a question, but I can't.
Yeah.
They won't let the audience.
Yeah.
And they pick which questions to ask. So but the thing is that that's a little tidbit for the audience to hear. But I think it's Wednesday. But but it'd be interesting to have a real good discussion about why certain things were happening and why didn't we do what, I'd really, really drill them on the nefarious activities that were going on with the gain of function. But I don't want to go any further with this because of the censorship.
Of course.
But
now, but I think sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No.
I was just going to say, well, let me just finish this point. And so so I think RFK, I think the question was, would he get through the Senate? But the problem for his enemies is he has supporters in the Senate. He even has supporters on the Democrat side. So, because he has Johnson, Senator John, I think his name is Johnson, who's a big supporter of his and held this big multi-hour long kind of public discussion with all the experts in the Senate. Not an official Senate meeting, but in a room in the Senate building or something. And so the people who don't want him are going to have to fight against a bunch of strong people. Because he has supporters in Congress on the Democrat side.
Here's the problem with RFK Jr. What RFK Jr. is fighting against.
Yeah.
He's fighting against a very strong lobbying group that's in big ag and in big pharma. Because he's going. I mean, and these senators, a lot of them are getting payola from these big lobby groups. So this is shining a light on some of these independent documentary films that are out there that you can see on YouTube or on Prime that talk about the corruption with K Street and the corruption in Big Ag and the reason why there are corn subsidies and sugar subsidies and why there's fructose corn syrup and everything, and there's a massive corruption scandal going on that's tied between Big Ag, Big Pharma, and our senators and representatives in Congress. So that's what he's going up against. He's going up against a monster.
A monster.
And so they're gonna say, well, he's crazy. He's a conspiracy theorist. He's a this. He's a that.
He cut a whale's head off.
Yeah, I mean.
But here's the funny thing. By the way, I see sometimes he puts out these little videos of like him with little like salamanders or little snakes, and I love his I love all that, and he I think the one thing they're probably going to confront him with in the Senate is all this quote bad stuff he's done in his life, but he's always said, and this is
nothing new though.
Yeah, well, he's always said, hey, I've done a ton of stuff. I used to do heroin and all this stuff. He said, I've done so much stuff, it would take so long for me to tell you about all the bad stuff I've done. And he's still open about it, so it'd be harder, the Dems are probably going to try to come out.
And, and the thing is that, if you see your father get blown away on live TV,
that's hard to deal with.
I mean, you're talking about, and knowing your uncle, 4 years before was blown away, or 5 years or whatever it was. But the thing is that, obviously there was some emotional trauma that he went through. Right?
That makes sense.
So, instead of demonizing his activities, maybe give him a little bit of a break. And that, the thing is that he's straightened up. We're a country of redeemers, second chance. The idea that, okay, we fail, there was a failing, and and that you dust off and you pull up your bootstraps and you just start again. That's a major ethos of the American spirit. So him saying, hey, I've had all these problems, I've straightened up, and oh, by the way, if you listen to what I have to say, I'm going to actually get people healthier. And that we're going to reduce healthcare costs because people are going to be healthier. It's a win-win for everybody.
What was beautiful was hearing him choke up, and I think he choked up in talking about how basically years and years ago, he had these parents coming to him, or mothers coming to him, and basically like crying or whatever, just pouring out talking about the issues that they were having with their kids. Now at that time, he wasn't, I don't think, involved with that stuff. He was involved more with the environmental defense, like probably like clean rivers, clean water, clean air.
Right. My understanding was that a big part of his practice was dealing with mercury poisoning because of industrial mercury poisoning.
Interesting. I know he said I think he was the one, because of him, that cleaned up that river that runs through New York or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, so I forgot the name of it. So years ago, it's this beautiful story he says. It's what I love about RFK is a lot of times he speaks just straight from the heart, or all the time. And he had this beautiful story how he said he's prayed for 16 years straight every single day to please God, put him in a position where he could help those kids, those mothers that came crying to him. And he said that, like Trump is the answer, and it's just beautiful. There's some of these stories that I've heard him say, but one thing that I've thought about is, okay, so I just assumed, okay, he's going to have a hard time getting through the Senate. This is before Trump announced him, and so I said, oh, Trump will just probably have him in the White House as a good advisor. But I was trying to think about why he wanted to be the actual HHS head, why Trump put him there versus putting him in as an advisor. I guess the reason I'm thinking, but I want to know what you think, is is that I guess now that I think about it, if he was just an advisor, but they put just some, like typical, donor captured person in HHS, no matter what he advises Trump, the guy who really has the power to probably make the difference is the guy who's Senate confirmed, who's over HHS. And so I guess that's why he has to be in HHS because I was like, same thing with Tulsi. Tulsi could just been an advisor with Trump in the White House, but I was thinking, well, maybe she just wants the prestige of the position. I don't know. What are your thoughts on why those two are put into more riskier things where they're going to need Senate confirmation versus just being advisors with Trump in the White House?
Well, I think that you brought up the great point that certain people have to be in the right position to be able to make adequate change. Now, for the health problems that we have in the United States and the capturing by lobbying groups in big ag and big pharma, RFK Jr. is the perfect guy, but he can't be in an advisory role. He's been advising the American public for decades about the problems that are going on. It's now the time to make the change. And so you need someone that is going to be a wrecking ball to be able to restructure these agencies. HHS has too much power. There's a big problem with our healthcare industry. There's a big problem with the health of our citizens. So you need a wrecking ball sometimes. Now with Elon Musk and Vivek, they're a little different.
Right.
They can do the spreadsheet stuff and and show the budget and where the savings are, and then you just show it. You show the detail. And then it's hard for the Senate and the House to say, we can't cut that. When you're showing them, you can, because it's wasteful spending. They're going to show the details. They're going to show the receipts. They're not going to just say, this department could, cut 5% or 10%.
Right.
They're going to show the details and why. And it's going to, I would not be surprised if there's literally $2 trillion of waste in government. I would not be surprised. So, but they can do their job effectively by being an advisor. So the point I'm making is that Tulsi and RFK Jr., they really need to be in a position of power at an agency to truly restructure. Because what Elon's doing and Vivek is doing is more budgetary, right? And it's more like it's more behind the scenes financial, right? And you just have to produce the product to show on how to do the savings. What's the plan forward? And it would be hard for the ones on the other side to fight the details that Elon and Vivek are showing. But with Tulsi and RFK Jr., what they need to be the wrecking ball to restructure and make these departments more efficient and more beholden to the American citizen and not beholden to these lobby groups. Because the problem is the lobby groups. A big part of the problem, not the whole problem, but a big part of it is the lobby groups. Because with the national security state, you're talking about the military-industrial complex, and they need wasteful spending. That's how they survive. They want wasteful spending. I mean, just look at the F-35. The F-35 has so many different optionalities that there was cost overruns. I think, was it Lockheed that made it? I think it was Lockheed. But the thing is that the cost overruns because of all these options that the Marines needed and the Air Force needed and the Navy needed. Well, you know what? Just here's 2 options, 3 options. Make it more affordable and done with it.
I actually, what's interesting is one thing that's interesting with Trump as far as his appointments go is I like how he's bringing in all these people who are like, they're kind of known, but they lost their elections. Like that guy in New York who ran for governor, Collins, I think, Doug Collins. He was a congressman, I think. He lost, but Trump appointed him to a good position. I like how Trump is bringing in all these like named people, rather than, because I was thinking about this, and maybe for some of these positions, like I was thinking, would I ever be interested in working in the White House? And I thought to myself, like, the problem with the White House, I think you need to have political bones in your body to deal with all the crap. Basically.
I think here's the problem, and I saw this with the book from Pompeo and from Kushner, and I haven't read Bolton's book yet. But the thing is, you know, there's a theme with the two books that I listened to the audio version. But the theme, there's an underlying theme in it, is that there's political backstabbing that you got to be always looking out for, and there's always someone that's trying to, you know, make you look bad so they look good. You know, so I mean, so just imagine like high school, but like to the 100th power.
Yeah.
You know, and I would not want to be in that environment. I don't have the personality to put up with that.
I don't have, exactly. I'm the type, like, I don't have that at all. I'm the type, I'm a really good researcher. Stick me in a basement for a month. Tell me what you want me to figure out. Give me all the reading materials that I need. I'll come out with you with, like, the best answer, you know? But, like, to deal with that takes something that I definitely not naturally have. And so I think by him bringing in all these, like, political types, like, I even heard he was thinking of bringing in Blake Masters for ATF. Good. I mean, it's just like bring in all these types that can withstand the political pressure, you know? And
because the way the liberal, you know, the way the other side works is that they will first they'll try to demonize your policy, and then if you have any traction with your policy, then they're going to demonize your character.
Yeah.
Or if there's nothing to demonize, then they'll make up stuff. You know, so they're always going to get you. I mean, just imagine the stress. Just the Supreme Court justices they have to go through, and just all the demonization of their past, truthful or not truthful. I mean, you know.
Yeah, there have to be a certain type to be able.
You know, they literally, the other side literally wants to destroy you and your family. Literally. I mean, they want to just totally destroy your, you know, your reputation. And it's so vitriol, and I wouldn't want to be in that. It's,
me neither.
You know, it's too much. It's too much.
Me neither. I mean, well, okay, let's move for a second to Syria. But before Syria, let's talk about, you know, it was great to see Trump walk into, like, the Notre Dame Cathedral, you know, Notre Dame, and to see him shaking all those hands, like, it's like the king has come in the room, you know, the king's because the thing about it, now I call him the king because he doesn't have to give a shit. He's like a billionaire. You know what? I was speaking with a guy who was like, he was trained at the farm, and you know where the CIA trains their, like, spies. He told me Trump is like the perfect spy because he's so, like, he's so social. So anyway, but the point is that was great to see. But I think
well, you know what's interesting is that George Washington was interested at that time. You know, their level of espionage. You know, back in the 1700s. So you know, then there was like I said, you know, Trump has this a little bit of George Washington in him. But during the Revolution, and you know, and even right before the Revolution, you know, George Washington did have a bent for espionage.
People don't realize that espionage started with the founding of this country. That there's been black budgets from the beginning. Like, it wasn't called black budgets then, but these secret, you know, where they didn't have to tell Congress where the money was being spent or whatever. And there's like an underlying.
You want to hear something even weirder?
Yeah.
You know, because our founding of our country is very Masonic, right?
Yeah.
When you look at Pete Hegseth,
that tattoo.
Not the tattoo. When he had to go up to the Hill and talk to the senators in the room, he was talking to them individually, and then there was also kind of like a group meeting. My understanding it was individual and a group meeting. That's a very Masonic method to air out anything that you may have done. You air it out to the group. And as long as you say everything, you're good. If something else comes out, you're bad.
Interesting.
So I really believe that what we saw with Pete Hegseth with Congress is actually a Masonic method of understanding what the thing is. Same thing happened with Hamilton, because Hamilton was not a Mason, but Hamilton was being investigated, or someone was complaining about misappropriation of funds, and he cheated on his wife. I don't remember her name. Elizabeth, maybe it was her. And yeah, Elizabeth, because Elizabeth, I think, is also a city in New Jersey that she's named after. So so they were questioning him in this manner. Usually it's like it has to be 3 or more people they question.
Wow.
So I would not be surprised that what Pete Hegseth was going through was a Masonic method of questioning.
That's so interesting. 2 things. One is, it's interesting because when you do a polygraph, which I've never done, but if somebody polygraph, then what they always say is your biggest sin is if you don't tell us something, then you're for sure not going to get the job. You won't pass the poly. Like, if they find out that you've lied. Now, if you did something bad, then it's questionable, like whether that thing will disqualify you or not. But if you lie, even on a small thing, then that's for sure disqualifying. So that's interesting. The other thing I heard was that, but I have to look into this more. I have like 15 Masonic books in front of me, and I haven't really read them. But I heard that somewhat that the American government is somewhat set up a little bit like somewhat the governance of Masonry is found in our government somewhat. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I think our institutions are heavily influenced by Masonic principles and the Masonic Lodge.
Amazing. So, and just about that Notre Dame thing for a second, and then we'll go to Syria. But I just think that the way Trump walked in to that meeting, or to the thing at Notre Dame, is how he's going to be received across the world now. In other words, the king has arrived, the king is back, everybody's going to treat him well. He was treated really well when...
the first time I saw this feeling that you're talking about, the first time was when he was escorted down the aisle during Bush Sr.'s funeral.
Oh, yes.
And it's just like you could tell that with the past presidents there, and Hillary Clinton and the Obamas and all this, that he literally was the lion. He was the lion in the room.
Yeah, he is a lion. But remember that thing where they did the sword dance with him in Saudi Arabia? There was a lot of respect there in the meeting. And was it somebody had said that? Was it you? Somebody had said that the reason why all that killing happened in Saudi Arabia, they say, oh, he's a bad guy, the prince. No, what happened was, I forgot where I heard this, pretty recent, but they were saying that what actually happened there was that the prince was getting rid of all these terrorists, of all these people that were like supporting Al-Qaeda and stuff, giving money and stuff. But anyway, let's move to Syria for a second. First of all, super interesting. It happened so quick, but the timing is perfect, right? You do it before Trump gets in, and then there could be no blame on Trump, he should get involved, he shouldn't get involved. The Dems saying he should get involved, the Republicans, the conservatives saying stay out. But it's but here's what I've heard, and I want to know what you think about this, is if you think about what Israel has done, where are we headed? What have been the steps and where are we gone? They did the beeper attack, the beeper and the walkie-talkie attack, which was, I mean, amazing. I mean, they devastated them, if not at least just morale. Devastated. They dealt a massive blow to Hamas in Gaza. And then they went and they bombed. I think they bombed those radar things that would detect airplanes coming in or something in Iran. So the Russian radars or something. And so, I mean, and now with Assad gone, and I mean, what do you think about how quick that happened? I mean,
I literally think that what we're seeing is that how do I want to phrase this? I feel that we're seeing the beginnings of a phase transition in the region that allows for the Messianic era to take place.
Yeah, but also, do you think? I don't disagree with you about any of that. Growing up Chabad, I learned about a lot of that stuff. But here's a question. It almost seems like there was a hidden hand of whether it was Israel, the United States, Turkey, maybe all of them involved in this. Those guys moved so quickly in. And it almost seems like in Russia, I don't know, it's like maybe Israel pre-bombed, for months. I think I've heard sporadic reports of like Israel goes in and will just shoot some bombs into Syria.
Well, you know what, I think that does the United States have a hand in conflict in Syria? Yes. Does Israel do things to try to, cause conflict in Syria? Yes. Is there an ISIS, Islamic Jihad kind of component to the opposition against Assad? Yes. So there are many factions. I think what has happened is that at least from the United States and the Israeli intervention or involvement, I think it's not there. They did things, but I don't believe that what the toppling of Assad was because of their doing. The toppling of Assad happened because of kind of like an unknown that emerged. There was an emergent property. There was an emergent thing that happened. I'm trying to sound this scientific, and then I'll put the religious spin on it. So there was an emergent thing that took place in Syria, irrespective of the involvement of the U.S. or Israel. That emergent property or that emergent event that allowed for Assad to be toppled so quickly, I think is actually literally that we're seeing a manifestation of the divine. We're seeing how easy the mountains will melt like wax.
That is weird.
And all these other countries. I keep on saying that what happened on October 7th in 2023 is literally the catalyst that will lead to that Israel having a larger border system that goes back to the biblical borders.
Yeah.
And and people I've been demonized, about it. People have said that I'm crazy about it, or I'm just, some sort of, Israel shill or something, but the reality is I'm looking at certain old ancient texts that are thousands of years old. I'm looking at, current events and just my, 5 decades of life, and I look at this and I'm seeing an emerging thing happening in the Middle East that seems to be messianic, that the Messianic era seems to be starting to unfold.
Yeah. Well, one thing I heard was that because Israel had done a severe blow to Hezbollah, and I guess Hezbollah was either operating or supporting Syria, that somehow that left room for these rebels or whatever you want to call them.
HTS, right?
Yeah. Now.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is the point I'm making. Is that there's an emergent behavior because there are certain countries that were aligning themselves against Israel, where there's a curse that takes place in the country that allows for further chaos and disruption that will help Israel in the long run. Now, the non-spiritual people out there will start to they'll try to convince themselves that these are human events that are only caused by humans, and it's our actions with a certain divine hand that is allowing this to happen. And so, if you listen to HTS, if you listen to the leader of HTS, he's still aligning himself with the Palestinians. So what's going to happen is that there's going to be a curse on Syria because of the further involvement of HTS with the border system that's going on in Israel. So, and there's a lot of people who'll disagree with me. A lot of people will get upset, and some people just de-click, and some people leave, and all this stuff. But the thing is that there's some sort of divine thing that's going on that seems to me to set in motion the ability to have the Israel's borders to biblical times. So that basically means this: West Bank is going to Israel. Now think about what that really means. That all of those Palestinians that are in the West Bank that's all going to be uprooted. Now where are they going?
Yeah.
So this means that there's probably going to be some instability in Jordan.
There's no way there could ever be a two-state solution. That's kind of baloney.
Yeah. Well, I just not only that, it's not biblical.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is it's just not biblical. You can't have a two-state solution.
Yeah. Yeah. And
it's some sort of modern UN construct that just doesn't match. Doesn't match what has been told down the ages.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been to like the Dome of the Rock, not up there because they wouldn't allow Jews up there, but I was, wearing a yarmulke and stuff. They wouldn't allow me up there, but the Israeli soldiers wouldn't allow. But they claim they literally put the Dome of the Rock right on top of where the temple stood. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. That's.
Well, it's that whole battle between Jacob and Esau, and Esau wants, the ownership of Jacob. But the thing is the story of Esau is that he lived by the sword and he dies by the sword. And you were literally seeing that Esau is dying by the sword. We see it in real time on Al Jazeera.
Oh, interesting. I forgot about that. Yeah. Forgot about that from the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, so his head's chopped off. I think it's Benjamin that chops his head off, isn't it Benjamin? But it says I forgot who chops his head, but his head's chopped off, and the head's buried in the cave.
Wow.
And then his body is not buried in the cave. I think it's the story.
No kidding.
So and the idea is that it's the intellect of Esau was allowed to because Esau Esau repents. So what happens is the intellect of Esau is allowed to have some sort of elevation into heaven, but the body is not. The actions were so animalistic that there was a part of him that's not allowed to be buried in the cave.
Interesting. I heard there was a guy in the first Trump administration named Ezra Cohen-Watnick, and he was in some pretty important positions, and I just went and watched his 30-minute interview he did at an Israeli TV station. He was in Israel, I guess, the day of the election or something, or the day before. As he did this great interview, seems super on key. I guess what's going on now is, so what they're doing is Israel or whoever's, they're knocking out all the people that could stand in their way of going after Iran. And so Hamas, Hezbollah, Syria, and now they could hit Iran with they could hit the reactor, all the nuclear stuff. And so it seems like that's what's coming.
Well, I mean, for sure. I mean, for the United States, just geopolitically, the United States they cannot let Iran go nuclear because it would change the dynamic. And then even MBS said that if Iran goes nuclear, Saudi Arabia will go nuclear.
Will go nuclear, yeah.
So I mean, it's just the United States cannot allow it to happen. So it's better to knock out the Ayatollah, literally have his turban just burn up on live TV, than to have Iran go nuclear. But here's the problem: is that there's a lot of Americans out there that are just not paying attention. That it's in the United States will do better if it aligns itself with Jacob and not with Esau. You know, and I'm concerned in the United States that what's happening is that there's a tendency to be kind of like isolationist in this regard. But I'm not a purist on this. I mean, I'm against intervention in Ukraine. I think the war in Ukraine needs to be, it needs to be settled. But I'm for ramping up war with China, and I'm for ramp up of building up a boundary system that's of biblical times, because I believe that the world will be a better place, a more peaceful place when that happens.
Yeah. Do you? One thought I had was, I wonder whether, and I want to circle back to the biblical stuff in a second. I mean, we'll talk about it as we go through, but also I want to circle back to it as well. But concentrate on it a little more in a second. But I wonder whether they made a deal with Russia, because it didn't seem like Russia didn't intervene to stop Assad being overthrown. So
I don't think Russia. I think the reason why Russia didn't intervene was because they don't have the money. They don't have the manpower, and they don't have the money to do it. Yeah, I think Russia is on the verge of. I think Russia is on the verge of economic collapse.
Wow.
You know, I don't think it's economically healthy at all. Because when you start hearing, well, North Korea is going to be sending troops into the Ukraine theater, and then they just lost, Russia looks like they're going to be losing a major port in the Mediterranean. They haven't lost it yet, but I mean, if Syria fully falls and Russia gets thrown out, Russia has lost their major Middle Eastern port.
Oh, no kidding! I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So that's why.
And he's not. He's in. Where's the Wagner Group? I mean, it's like Putin blew away the leader of Wagner. So in a plane crash or whatever it was. So I'll tell you, I just don't. I don't think Russia's that stable. Now the thing is that does he have enough time that he can buy with Trump to close a deal where Putin doesn't have to worry about the Ukrainian front anymore? If they close that deal in January, February, which Trump wants to do, then he probably has given a lifeline to Russia where that country won't fully collapse economically.
Because I wonder whether through back channels or whatever, maybe Trump, they worked out some deal where they told Russia, you stay out of Syria, let us handle it, and then we'll make a deal with you on Ukraine that's more favorable to you.
It could have. I mean, it's plausible. It's very logical. It's a good game theory play. That might be. I mean, I would say that's very, very, very plausible idea. I just don't think that Russia, though, is as economically viable to be able to even sustain some sort of war front in Syria.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. That's what I read or heard. But because Syria is on the Mediterranean, so is there a land bridge that goes through somehow from Russia all the way to Syria?
Not directly.
Like through some favorable country or something?
Not directly, I don't think. I mean,
I looked at the map, I didn't really see, I think they're connected to Turkey, let's see, Syria, they're connected to Iraq, Turkey. I don't know how they would get to, let's see, Ukraine's not anywhere close, George.
yeah, I don't think, no, because Syria, no, Turkey, it's blocked by Turkey. It's blocked by Turkey and Iran and Armenia.
Yo, I think I know what I think I maybe understand what you're saying. What you're saying is the Russian Navy has a port that they could dock in in the Mediterranean. Right, now I get it. Okay, they don't need a road. They don't need a land bridge.
Right. But if they lose that, they're done.
Where are they gonna like?
And if he didn't, and it doesn't look like it doesn't look like he's really supporting. I mean, he is supporting Assad if Assad is in Moscow now, but but the thing is that we're literally seeing the cracks of Russia's ports. The fall of that port is a major blow to the military for Russia. It's a major blow. And that's part of the reason why I think the United States loves what's going on. But, but again, I feel as though there's a little bit of a divine hand in this.
Yeah.
So.
Well, now, do you think, moving towards World War III, okay, which we're already in, I guess, but do you think that, I mean, what I like about the Syria thing is, even if the United States is involved, it's not visible, And it's like, oh, you've got these radicals running around and took over the country, And in other words, I don't like it when we've got this gigantic army goes into Iraq, goes into Afghanistan, and just gets road bombed all the time and sniped at. I don't like that idea, It's like better to use special forces, CIA, than do these massive military.
I think that there's some wisdom with the simplicity of Trump's tweet the other day.
Yes.
That was, it's not our war. We got two enemies, fighting each other. Why do we want to get involved?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of wisdom in what he's saying. Let them duke it out. Let them duke it out, and both sides are going to be weakened. And then if we need to, come in and clean it up, then we come in and clean it up. I mean, it's better not to be a first mover in this, and maybe and just be a fast follower, and just let this implode on itself. I think there's some wisdom in what he's saying.
I thought his tweet was well crafted, and I mean, Turkey has one of the largest militaries in the world. They're right on the border. They could handle things better. Israel could handle things. I mean, we're far away, do you think if they hit, with just like they did with, apparently the bunker was like 100 in the one they hit Nasrallah with, his bunker was 150 feet underground, 50 meters underground. So do you think that, like what I'm trying to think through is, okay, let's say they hit Iran, Israel goes in, hits Iran's nuclear stuff with a ton of missiles and just blows up all their nuclear stuff. What happens to the regime? Does a draft come in the United States? What do you think where do you think we're going with that?
Wait. What's the question again?
Sorry. The question is do you think, because Iran probably has operatives in the United States, so they could, start doing terrorist attacks as in the United States as like a counter to, if their nuclear gets blown up. Like, do you think that their administration is going to be toppled as well, Iran's?
I think we are seeing I think that what happened in Syria is a potential prelude to what's going to happen in Iran.
Oh,
I feel as though that
makes sense.
because think about it, there is a large contingency within Iran that wants a democracy. Women want freedoms. They don't want to be, pushed down by some sort of theocratic rule. and they want to overthrow the Ayatollah. Well, for that to happen, there needs to be more instability. That's created, and that instability could be created by the United States and by Israel. And then what will happen is that faction within Iran overthrows the Ayatollah, and you reduce the chances of Iran going nuclear. Then, so and Syria, you look at Syria, Assad, was toppled pretty quickly. Well, if you get enough people, if the CIA got their act together and did the right thing and actually overthrew the Ayatollah, then maybe I'd be a little bit more pro-CIA. But the thing is that they have a tendency to always screw up.
Yeah, they're more concentrated.
I mean, even some of these directors at the CIA that write their books, they do mention that it's like, about 60 or 70% of the time they do an operation, it's a cluster. It's a clusterfuck. It's just like it does the opposite of what they wanted.
Crazy. I read a book by a CIA whistleblower. He was an operative. I think he was a non-official cover, like a real operative, and for the CIA. And he was there before 9/11, after 9/11. His whole book, and CIA tried to crush him and tried to stop him from buy up his book or tried to stop him from being able to publish it. It was a whole thing. But I read the book. There was nothing bad in it. All he was saying was CIA's corrupt and basically incompetent.
I think it's a combination of a certain amount of ingredients, not necessarily all equally weighted, but there is a heavy dose of incompetence within the agency that causes these problems. I mean, Iran today is a CIA cause. The CIA caused Iran. Our problems in Iran that we have today. Now, it was decades ago, but the thing is that we still are trying to clean up the mess. CIA was Vietnam. CIA was Cuba. CIA is, Cold War 2.0. So,
I went to a couple of recruiting events where the CIA was, and all I saw was a bunch of woke idiots. I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm literally, Paul. The reason why I'm not saying much more is because I don't want to be that. Say things that are. It just was. Say things that are that offensive, but these people were horrible people.
Well, you're bringing up a good point. I mean, I just think that there's just a shift in just the youth today, where they just. I think it's the food, and there's this endocrine disruption that's going on, and just what they're being taught in school. There's a combination. There's two things going on. It's intellectual wokeness, but also there's actually a physiological wokeness that's happening with their endocrine disruption. So they're looking androgynous. Because of the food, they all look like they're David Bowie. So there's an androgynous look to them, and then there's this some sort of woke mentality. And the thing is it does, when people start talking about what was written in Scripture, independent of the religion perspective, but just in different books of Scripture, right? That there's a certain thought process that certain things are going to happen in the future during the Messianic age. But when you start talking to these ultra libs that are been eating the Fruit Loops, and they have all this endocrine disruption, and they have the super wokeism. They when you start talking about things that were written thousands of years ago, their head spins but these are things that are, the people that wrote this stuff and studied this stuff are super intelligent. They're not bumpkins. But my observation in New York is that a lot of this youth is just there's something physically and emotionally wrong with these people.
Yeah, well, it's it reminds me of You know, they say like, so a lot of girls these days are on that birth control, but but it's like the pill. So that messes with their system. Just as an example of how they could mess them up, it messes with their internal system where they want more beta guys because they're
less. They have less.
Yeah. So, but anyway, they say a lot of like females these days are just maybe this generation in general. There are a lot of them are on these psychotropic medications but you're exactly right. You look at these people, and there's a physiological look. You're like, there's no way this person's a Republican.
Right. No, I mean, literally, we're getting to the point where you can look at a phenotype of a person and tell if they're a Republican or a Democrat.
Yeah, but here's one hope I'll give you, is I've been around on a campus recently, and I'm going to say this. I was surprised how many people walk around with Trump hats on. Really surprised. It's this contingent of they look more like frat guys and girls, like sorority girls. And so there's also this, even though you have this weird physiognomy or whatever it's called of like these wokesters, on the other hand, you have this awakening of these guys that are not afraid, they don't give a shit, and they walk around campus. I see black people, Muslim people.
Right. I think what it is I think in the culture, and I think Kid Rock actually started it, and it was the idea of, just you can't cancel me. Get to a situation in your life where you just don't care about being canceled.
Yeah.
And so you have that thing that's going on, and kind of a subculture, mentality of just anti-cancel. Yeah. And you have NIL that's popping up in the in athletics, where it's now getting to a point where people that are in high school that are athletic could make some money if they can monetize in college. They don't have to go pro. They can make a lot of money just going college, just doing collegiate. So you're going to have a push for people to be more athletic. Well, that means, when you start to talk more athletic, and that's discipline to build muscle, and that's testosterone, and then the women start looking at at the guy that's all muscular, and she wants to be picked up by right, and so it gets to a point where we're actually moving towards conservatism because of athletics.
Yep, the physiognomy.
That wokeism got so ugly because of the fruit loops. Wokeism got so ugly that it got to the point where conservatism reigns.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you a funny story, Paul. I was at a FBI briefing, okay, and I forgot if it was like on the threat of China or something. The girl, when I said girl, I mean she was probably like 25, let's just say, she had short blue hair. I mean, horrible. She was the analyst in the FBI who was giving the briefing. Now, just to give you an idea, the people in the room were really high, powerful people. So she was appointed by the FBI to give this briefing, okay? Now, I walked up to like the head of that FBI office in a really large city, okay, a really big city in the United States. I walked up to her afterwards. She had this really short haircut, so you can imagine what I'm talking about.
Right.
Woke, Right. And I asked her like a really simple question about China. Like, in other words, you'd think like the FBI would know some kind of counterintelligence, like the threat of China or something. You could see in her eyes and the way she had no clue. I was like, oh my God, this is what they warned us. This is what they talked about. The FBI, the intelligence agencies are
it's full of incompetent, woke, DEI types.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe it because I'm like, it's so important that the intelligence is good, but.
Well, remember that female Secret Service agent during that assassination attempt?
Yes.
And it's like she couldn't put her holster in. And it was like DEI another day instead of die another day. I'll tell you, it's a problem. But the thing is if RFK Jr. gets in and he can shake up the system and we, stop the poisoning in our food, and affecting our endocrine system, that vector, will be fixed, and people will start to get healthy and mentally more stable. I think that, plus there's also that almost social trigger where if people aren't getting married or not dating because of the way they look, they're gonna have to change. It's just, I think just the power of biology is gonna kill wokeism. It's just that it's gonna take some time for the power of, and you're like I said, with NIL and athletics and all this stuff, you're starting to see it. You're starting to see that biology will supersede this whole wokeism, but it just takes some time. It takes some time, and a lot of times when you're looking at the liberal movements, they always push too hard and they break it. They break what they wanted. They just put too much load on the camel, and then the camel's back gets broken. Yeah. And the same thing with Elton John. Elton John was saying, he was talking, this was years ago. I think he was being interviewed on maybe Entertainment Tonight or whatever it was called, or maybe it was being interviewed on CNN. But he was saying that the gay rights in the United States, they were pushing too much during the Pride movements, that it actually pushed back, there was a backlash, and it pushed back too hard. And he was right, and the same thing is happening with certain other types of woke agendas.
Yeah.
And so, going back to the whole Israeli conflict, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, you look at, certain student bodies, they were pushing too hard this pro-Hamas agenda on campus, and it hurt them. It hurt them to the point where these students that graduated from some of these prestigious universities probably will never go into, a high position because they've been doxxed because of their stance on this issue. So, they weren't politically savvy enough, but they bought into this kind of, they just pushed and pushed and pushed. If there's one thing to say, they're for Palestine, right? Or another group saying they're for Israel. But when you're saying, the destruction, when you have one side saying the total destruction of another people, and you're aligning oneself with, let's say, a pro-Hamas agenda, how can that be justifiable when you're 35 years old and you're in corporate America and you're looking for a directorship position?
Is a very minor, very small population in America that would find that acceptable.
Yeah. It was so dumb. I mean, not that I'm hiring anybody, but when I was, working in New York, I hired people from my department, but if I was in that situation and I knew any way that they participated in those types of protests, I would not promote them, nor would I hire them.
But one thing that's really interesting is I heard that a lot of students these days, like smart students that would have gotten into Harvard or got into Harvard, that they're going to like these southern schools,
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a move towards, a more conservative campus feel. It's a problem. It's a problem. The thing is that you would think, when someone thinks, okay, they go to Harvard, you would think that they have a polo on, they have, a blazer jacket. You got students that are wearing baggy, raver pants, and you got, women with blue hair, and, you got the, it's just, there's that whole smart casual look has died. But I do think that the pendulum is swinging back to conservatism, but it's just starting to swing back. And once they start to realize that they have to dress properly to get a good job, you have to act properly, you have to speak properly, you have to have good etiquette, during the dinner table and all this stuff, then, once they realize that, then we'll see more conservatism in the United States. But right now, I don't know if you've heard this. I was talking to my brother the other day, and he was listening to a podcast, and he said that the CIA there were psyop operations through rap music to try to degrade the society in the United States. That the promotion of rap is part of a CIA psyop.
Well, yeah, I mean,
to degrade the inner city.
Yeah, I definitely have heard lots of stuff about the CIA's involvement with music, and I mean, if you just listen to those lyrics and the
Right. And what do? Is they're demonizing the woman. They're denigrating the woman. They're denigrating proper family creation. They're denigrating the country. They're promoting kind of like this gangster,
Gangster,
this whole gangster lifestyle.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned wearing the clothing when I was visiting University of Virginia in Charlottesville a bunch of years ago. It was so cool. I walked into this little, I don't know, it was a food spot or a bar. I don't know what day of the week it was. It was Thursday night or Friday evening. I forgot. But it was all these bunch of guys in there with like khaki pants, blue blazers, I so look up to, Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson has descendants that live in Virginia. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was in one area and the real estate guy there, he's a descendant from Jefferson. It's kind of cool. Let's see if there's anything else to cover on this, and then let's talk about the messianic thing too. But I thought I might have had one other anecdote about this woke. Well, anyway, so do you think moving to like the World War III? Do you think that we're going to get to a point where there's going to be a draft in the United States?
If there was a draft in the United States in a foreign war, I think that would be the beginning of the end of that foreign war, because I don't think that the United States population is willing to support it. So this is the reason why we have really our National Guard. Our National Guard is kind of a backstop, so we don't need to really institute a draft. But if it was a war in our country where a nation invaded our borders, I think that there would be many Americans that would support a draft. I don't think you would even need a draft. I think there would be so many Americans that would enlist voluntary enlistment. So I think it depends on the situation. If it's a foreign war, even in, let's say, the Pacific Theater, with China, and it was a draft, I don't think that it would be, I don't think that the American public would want to do that, even if much of the American public was conservative. But I think that wars today, I don't think you need as many I don't think you need as many men. I mean, you don't need like millions and millions of men. It's becoming more a tech war.
That's what they're saying with like, you have all these AI or just controlled drones. You could do just drone swarms.
Right, and even
all the battleships.
Yeah, right. The Navy's really, they're at a crossroads. So they need more ships or they need more drones.
You can do underwater drones too.
Right.
In other words, you could have a torpedo that's just an underwater drone and just guide it to its thing. And you could have a ton of them. And then you could have, because if there is a war in the Pacific, that's what, so back about the draft thing. So I guess, what if, say Iranian agents or even Al-Qaeda types, do, let's say 3 dirty bombs, one in LA, one in New York, one in wherever, Chicago. And then, or there's a nuclear weapon, like a tactical nuke, pulling off an American city. Then I guess what you're saying is at that point, then people will just volunteer and we'll just, we'll be.
I think if the homeland was attacked, that you'd have many people enlist. But, if it's nuclear, See, being attacked and nuclear are like two different situations, right? If, let's say, a bunch of, Canadians on horses started to invade Michigan, right? I'm pretty sure that people would, rise up and fight the Canadians, right? But if there was a nuclear detonation in the United States, then you're talking about the national security state doing emergency powers, and we aren't in the same world. We're in a different world, and that's
we're a national security state. Yeah.
Right, and that's a different game. That's a different game.
Not a democracy.
Right.
Yeah, I've been. Now let's talk about the Messianic thing. So, because I, growing up Chabad, Schneerson used to, in his sichas. I don't know if you heard the word sichas. I heard you say last time, Maimara. Yeah, but there's sichas too. So the Maimarim, he used to close his eyes, and what the group says is that he was sort of channeling God in his words or something. But with the sichas, that was more like on a Saturday afternoon, and he would more give a commentary on like that week's Torah portion or something. But for those don't know, so like the weekly biblical portion that's read in the synagogue. But so in one or a couple of those, he was referring to. I remember he was referring to when the first Gulf War happened. He referred to what we were seeing there as like the birth pangs of the Messianic era, And actually, if you were to draw that line to today, that would make sense. Now, so weird, but I never studied like the New Testament stuff or the books that you had mentioned last time, which were like the ones that aren't part of the New Testament but are still sort of there.
They're part of the Apocrypha, right? There's an Apocrypha set of books that's not part of the canon, the 24 book canon. But that the two books that I was talking about was the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilee.
Enoch and Jubilee. Okay, I'm just writing them down. Now, so I haven't studied that stuff. I've only studied, the Jewish kind of perspective, the Orthodox kind of Jewish perspective on.
But the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilee is Judaic.
Interesting. But it's not part of the Jewish canon.
Right. It's like it's a cryptic book, right? It's a cryptic book.
Yeah. But the so I'm not that familiar with. I just wrote down the names you said because I'm like, okay, I got to read this stuff. But yeah, so I'm not that familiar with the Messianic thing. Only to say that it when you talk about this stuff, it fits in with everything that I learned and been taught.
Well, I mean, we're literally in the Messianic era. People think that the Messianic era, is when the Messiah comes down or wherever is born or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the Messianic era can be decades before that happens. There's certain things that have to happen spiritually and physically with governments for it to be birthed, right? And so we're already in this Messianic era. But for example, 1,000 years ago, they were not in the Messianic era for the promissory 6,000th year, right? The Messiah, the Messianic era is officially commences, right, in the 6,000th year.
And right now we're 57.
Right, but the thing is that everything's a fractal, and there's 7 days in the creation, right? And the 7th day is Shabbos, right? But everything's fractal. So you have 7 of 7 of 7 of 7, right? So we're living in 5,785, is it 86, 85, right? So we're already living in.
We're getting close.
We're getting close to that 6,000th year, But it started, the Messianic age era, the Messianic age to be prepared for it started in 5,000. So we're already 750 years into it.
Wow.
Now, if you look back on human history, 750 years, you'd be surprised. And like a lot of things are happening that you can kind of see that these trajectories are leading to the Messianic age and the rebuilding of the temple. But it started 750 years ago, or 785 years ago. All right, but that's the beginning of the Messianic era.
Wow.
Now but it doesn't fully get. We're going through the birth pains. Right now we're in the birth pains. Hundreds of years ago, it was like the conception.
Right. Like the Enlightenment, the Renaissance.
Right. Now you get it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I actually, for people that don't understand, why would it start at this? If the Sabbath is the seventh day, why would it start at the 6,000th? Because the 6,000th day, the 6,000th year, is the beginning of the seventh.
Right.
That's like the seventh century. Seventh.
Because it's 0 to 1 is the first century. It's the first era. 1 to 2 is the second era.
Right. And then 6 to 7 is the.
We're already in the Messianic era, and people don't even realize it.
Wow.
And then you add in AI and fast pace and planetary exploration and probing into the cosmos and being able to manipulate DNA and all this stuff. I mean, when people say, well, the resurrection, well, you know what? It may be DNA manipulation.
Yeah.
Well,
and it's like, here's a question, which is, do you think that the Messianic age is God caused or is man planned and man being?
Well, we're told that we can usher in the Messianic era if we do three things. One of three things.
Okay.
All right. But the thing is that the probability of all Jews doing one of those three things is so low that it will be defaulted to the 6,000th year. And that is like if all Jews observed Shabbos 2 in a row without desecrating it. Well, what's the chance of all the Jews in the world doing it?
0.
Yeah. All Jews learning Mishnah. Right? What's the chances of that happening? Like 0, right? 0. And then what was the other one? The other one was all Jews not speaking Lashon Hara.
0.
Right. So it's going to be default to the 6. But it is in our power to usher it in.
Oh. Wow. Interesting. Now, do you? Yeah, this is. Now, the thing I was thinking about, like yesterday, just caught me. I think as I was kept watching, there's this beautiful, it's called Pater, which is like father in Latin, Noster, I don't know father, dear father, I don't know. But it's I think the Catholic prayer, I don't know. I kept watching it on that Notre Dame, the video, just so beautiful. The sound so beautiful.
It's the Lord's prayer.
The Lord's Prayer, yeah. So beautiful. And so, but it got me thinking, I for some reason, last night.
That cantillation, if you pay attention to the cantillation of that Lord's Prayer, it's similar, not exact, but there's a hint of it with the Chazan cantillating for the Kohanim priestly blessing.
Well, do you see as part of the thing he lifted up his hands to give that? I think he gave a blessing. Yeah.
And that cantillation, you know what I'm talking about. That cantillation, the back and forth between the Kohens and the Chazan.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Very much. And then, it even sounds, with whatever issues we're having with the Middle East, but you got to say sometimes that beautiful sound that their Chazan, the Islamic, the Imam, the beautiful sounds, the beautiful prayers.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thinking that, man, because first I was thinking, like, for years I was thinking, man, I'm not going to have enough time to study everything I want in this life.
You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to. The thing is that, I mean, you know, the way, see, I think in America, we have this mentality. Maybe it's just a human trait in general, but in the United States, there's this mentality that we're taught in a serial way, right?
Yeah.
You got to learn all these things, and then you get sheepskin for a degree.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. And the reality of the situation is that it's like a jungle, right? And you got lots of trees in the jungle, and each jungle is a book, right? And there's no way you're going to know the whole jungle. But the thing is that if you go deep enough in a particular subject, you start to understand other subjects. So like a lot of PhDs, when they go really deep in their subject, they start becoming domain experts on other subjects by accident.
Yeah.
All right. So all you got to do, if you want to talk about like biblical kind of readings, is like obviously, you know, 5 books of Moses, Tanya, Mishnah Torah, and then you're talking about Zohar, and then and Talmud. And if you do all those, you have done more than most people will in their whole life. And it's not that hard to do, because if you follow the Rebbe's learning plan, right? You can go through Mishnah Torah in 1 year to 3 years. You're going through the 5 books of Moses in 1 year.
Yeah, Tanya in 1 year.
Right, Tanya in 1 year. And you can do, if you do the daf, then it's in 7. Or if you really push it, if you read 7 pages of Talmud a day, you do it in 1 year.
Wow.
And reading 7 pages of Talmud in English,
with
for an English learner, is very possible.
Yeah, you know those Schottenstein edition of the Talmud, the Schottenstein one.
Yeah.
I don't know which one you use.
No, I use our scroll.
It's very authentic and easy to get through. I think. But it got me thinking on how, because you always hear like, oh, in history they were slaves, or in history they were like peons, but people don't realize we're the same today. We're serfs. We live in apartments. We have feudal lords. We're
living in Egypt. We're all living in Egypt. We're all living in Egypt. If you have a credit card payment or a loan or a mortgage, and you're in Egypt.
And we're building the great towers, which is like we work for. I love Elon Musk, but we work for people like Elon Musk, and we're building these great towers of civilization.
Not only that, I saw a meme, but I think it's very true. Think about when you create a work product for your boss, you're giving it to them. You're either physically handing it to them at their desk, or you are emailing it to them. Right? Yeah. So you're doing work, and you're offering a product to them, and they're above you in the organization. Now, if you look at the hieroglyphics for Egypt, the Egyptian hieroglyphics, you have these people providing things to their deity.
Yeah.
And so our bosses are our deities, and we're producing a product, so we get life called a paycheck. And we're living in Egypt.
And we're slaves because we work by the hour. So most people work by the hour. So you are literally a slave. Because your time is owned, you're not even selling your product, you're selling your time. But it got me thinking, like, how if we're alive for such a short amount of time, then I get why they would anoint certain people to kind of maneuver the flock, So you have all these to kind of shepherd the flock of the large masses of people, which is, I think, why we have like so much everything from disinformation to like put out by the government. And like you said, like even like the rap, and there's like, you know, they're trying to control the population, to get them to do what they want. And I think, I wonder whether, we've talked a little bit about secret societies last time, but I wonder whether, you know, whether they teach some of this larger like meta picture in these secret societies, which is like, because I have Morals and Dogma, which is Albert Pike's kind of one of the main Masons, his like famous book. Mm-hmm. And I think it goes in there, and I think it starts off by saying like that, in fact I should pull it out and read it, but it's, because that would be interesting. Let me pull it out and read it. So I have two. I have my grandfather's one. Let's see. So, let's see there. Okay, here it is. Force, this is literally the first words of this book, other than the preface. Force, unregulated or ill-regulated, is not only wasted in the void, like that of gunpowder burned in the open air, and steam unconfined by science, but striking in the dark, and its blows being only thin air, they recoil and bruise itself. It is destruction and ruin. It is the volcano, the earthquake, the cyclone, not growth and progress. It is polyphemus, whatever, it's blinded, striking at random and falling headlong along the sharp rocks by the impetus of his own blows. The blind, here's the point that I want to get to. The blind force of the people is a force that must be economized and also managed, as the blind force of steam, lifting the ponderous iron arms and turning the large reels, is made to bore and rifle the cannon and to weave the most delicate lace. It must be regulated by intellect. Intellect is to the people and the people's force what the slender needle of the compass is to the ship, its soul always counseling the huge mass of wood and iron, and always pointing to the north. Anyway, the point of this, it goes on, but let me see, there's maybe a little bit more actually. To attack the citadels built up on all sides against the human race by superstitions, despotisms, and prejudices, the force must have a brain and a law. Then its deeds of daring produce permanent results, and there is real progress. Then there are sublime conquests. Thought is a force, philosophy. Anyway, the point of this is to me, when I read that, I say, okay, he's telling the newly initiated Masons that, hey, one of our jobs is to sort of shepherd the force of the people. The force of the people, meaning the work of the people. And so, anyway, so I got thinking about, it's like somehow I feel like Trump has been initiated, you know, and
well, I wouldn't be surprised that Trump is a Freemason, but I can't prove it. But he has Freemason manners.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe he's, you know, he just knew a lot of people, and he just kind of, if you hang around with those types of people, you may absorb some of their rituals or may absorb some of their mannerisms, and he's just, you know, but you know what I always thought was really weird? Remember when there was that, I think it was a hurricane down in Florida? I think it was Florida. And remember he went down with Pence, with FEMA, and he had a bottle of water on the table, and he put the bottle of water underneath the table, and then Pence did the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a video of that. I don't know. There was like some signal that he did. I don't know what it exactly meant. It was very odd. Very, very odd. It's like as if some negotiation was off the table, was the interpretation. Now, what negotiation? What was off the table? I mean, all he did was take a bottle of water and took it off the table, and then Pence did the same thing. No one else in that room did. Now, why?
Yeah. So there's like, I think it's 13 blocks from the White House. It's called Temple of the House, or the House of the Temple. It's the Freemason Scottish Rite Temple in DC. And I was in there going through the museum, and there's all this Kabbalistic stuff on the walls, meaning like, I realized Freemasonry is full of Kabbalah.
Mm-hmm.
And, I haven't, you know, I've only studied Kabbalah through Hasidus, so I've like picked up, I was at a library and I you know, picked up a Zohar just to like scan it to see if there was anything interesting, but it was.
The way to read Zohar, I'm in my third reading of Zohar, all right?
Okay.
The way, if you just read Zohar, you will not understand it. That first reading, you will not understand, but you have to read it.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard, but you will not understand it because it's like you don't know the key, you don't know what the code they're talking in.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to read it the first go through, knowing that you're going to absorb very little.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then you read Tanya, and then Tanya has the keys to unlock what's in the Zohar.
Oh, I see your point.
And then you reread Zohar in conjunction with Tanya, and then starts to make sense. But you have to read Zohar first, knowing you know zero, you will not absorb any of it. But then, because you're familiar with the method of the style of writing in the Zohar, because it has its own method, because it's these rabbis that are traveling and they're talking and they run into a character and they go into a cave or they go into a forest, and it's like it has its own kind of rhythm. So, and then once you read that and you read it in conjunction with Tanya, then it totally starts to make sense in the third round.
That makes sense because I've only read Tanya, and I think
you'll understand more about Tanya when you read Zohar, and then you'll understand more of Zohar when you read Tanya. This is the reason why you start. You either start with Tanya, then because that first reading of Tanya, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's only when you read it the second time where it starts to make sense.
Do you use a certain translation of the Zohar?
I'd have to look it up. I had to look up which.
Do you use like the?
There's two. I use the one that's from the UK.
The UK. Let me look it up. There's
a UK one, and then there's one from California.
Oh, the one from California, I think is that the one from like the Kabbalah Center?
No.
Okay.
No. It's from David something. That's a scholar. He's the professor.
Yeah, the scholar. Which did you try? Did you check out the one from the scholar too?
No, I haven't read that one.
Okay. I know you're talking
because what he did was he translated it from Aramaic. He's an expert in Aramaic. Daniel Matt. So I have the other one. There's two authoritative Zohars that are in English. The one from the UK and then the one from California. Okay. And that Daniel Matt is the authoritative one for in English too. So there's two of them. It's his and then the one in the UK.
The UK. Okay, so I'll write that down.
I bought mine and read it before Daniel wrote his volume set.
Yeah, because he was coming out with books over time. I don't know if he's finished. I assume
Right. But I had my Zohar book before he even started writing his Zohar series.
How big is your series? Or what does it look like? Is it green cover?
No, my edition is blue. It's a blue with a flame on it.
Oh, it says the Zohar in English translation has like a candle burning in the front.
It's a flame that's in the shape of an olive.
Oh, okay. No, so it's not these. I'll have to look.
But I mean, I bought mine like you were probably only 10 years old when I bought mine.
Okay. You've been thinking and studying this stuff for a long time.
I started going really deep into it probably in 92, 93.
No kidding. It's almost like, do you think that let's see if there's anything else to cover on the Messianic thing. Well, first, do you think that the books of the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Apocrypha, you know, Hasidic books, all the Christian books, Catholic, you know, all that stuff, and then the Muslim books. It almost seems like all these books are occult books. In other words, and I don't mean anything I'm using the word occult in the sense of hidden, in the sense of like, these are sacred books that have a meaning deeper than the surface, all of them, including the Asian kind of,
well, I think they're tapping into a deep meaning of life and a deep meaning of spirituality on the soul.
Yeah, right. But do you also think that, like, sometimes it's like, because like they say there's 5 levels to read the Bible, you know, like Pshat, Remez, Jewish side, or whatever. It's like one of them is a hidden level, one of them is just the basic understanding, one of them is sort of metaphor, those kind of things. And so do you think that when we read all these different books, that there's all, in other words, that there's deeper meaning?
Well, I mean, there's 50 levels of understanding. There's 50 levels of understanding on anything. Right. So I mean, it's, you know, so it's. But I think you can apply that to even secular. I mean, you think about it. You go deep enough on any subject, you'll eventually get to probably like quantum physics on any subject.
Yeah.
You know, like someone complains about. You know, let's say someone complains about their bicycle not working, you know, and you go, you know, deeper and deeper and deeper into it, and you'll eventually get to the essence of the essence of matter, or the essence of life, or the essence of.
Yeah, that's kind of the journey I've been on, which is, I started, well, I've been on this journey after I left Chabad, was to like figure out how the world really works. And then through that journey, and then, you know, they always say like, okay, what's the answer? And so you look outside yourself and you look, and then you find out the answers are all inside yourself. But also you find out that...
And you'll notice that every time you ask the question again, the answer has changed.
Yeah, and it also,
the
inside of
go ahead.
Of yourself mirrors the outside world. So as you get deeper in the outside world, you go deeper in yourself, and as you get deeper in yourself, in other words, it's doing exactly what you said, which is you go to these levels and you get down to, so as I've been doing this, you know, searching, I've been really into like politics, but the politics for me is just a stop off to understand like I just took a class on banking, you know, how the Federal Reserve works and all that. But it's just like, when you start understanding, you're like, okay, I got enough understanding on that, and then you move to other things, and then, yeah, so now I'm like, okay, I need to study more like philosophy or even religion, you know, and it's exactly what you said. You keep going, and then you just find...
You gotta just blaze your own path. I mean, that's even written in the Sefer GETTR. You don't need to know all the letters and all the permutations. You just blaze your own path within the 32 paths of wisdom. Everyone has their own blazed path. See, the problem is that scholars think they need to know it all. And the point is that if you go deep enough, you will learn that you'll know lots of subjects.
Yeah.
Just because of the depth of it, the depth of the top, that you just keep on learning like deeper and deeper, right? And it's fractal, and you'll know these other subjects. You don't need to know. You don't need to go, okay, I'm going to learn everything about physics, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to learn everything about history. Eventually, what you're going to do is if you just study physics, you're going to actually learn history, and vice versa. Study history, you're going to learn physics. Because if you, like, for example, if you're studying history deep enough, you're going to start learning, well, there's lots of wars. Well, what were some of the modes of warfare? You know, what was, you know, and what was some of the technologies that were involved in? How did they forge the steel? And then you go into metallurgy, and then you're starting to get into chemistry, and then you see? So you go deep enough on any subject, you'll learn almost everything. You'll learn a lot, but you have to blaze your own path. This is what I mean. Is there's this forest out there. You don't need to see every tree. You just need to blaze your own path through the forest.
You just need to get like the pattern, and like you said, like, and I think philosophy or like it crosses over with like you said, like quantum physics and things like that. All right, last thing, and then last thing, just about World War III.
Well, before, just so you know that I do have to have dinner, and
Okay.
I do have to prepare for my show with John Hogue today.
Oh, shoot.
And that show is long and late, New York time, so.
Shoot. All right, so how about we end this within, I won't talk for more than a minute.
Okay.
And then we'll end it. Okay, and then you could.
Because I still have to wrap up this show
Yeah.
before I can have my dinner. But yeah, go ahead.
All right, so last question is do you think, so where do we end up? I think in my mind, I'm wondering, let's just say they knock out the Iranian reactor and then nuclear stuff, and then the regime gets overthrown or whatever. So we're still left with, Russia's pretty weakened, but I guess we still have China left. So do you think we're actually going to get, within the next few years while Trump is in office, do you think we're going to get into some big kinetic thing, whether it involves Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, or all of them?
I would say that the Russian-Ukrainian conflict is probably going to be de-escalated in Trump's administration in his first quarter. In terms of the Middle East, I think it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be chaotic, and there's going to be a lot of suffering there. I think the United States needs to get involved and overthrow the Ayatollah. Now, in terms of China, if China, especially President Xi, if President Xi feels as though he has to push forward and take Taiwan before 2028, then you're talking about a conflict between the United States military and the PLA.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised that the United States is involved in a kinetic conflict with China. But I think that is something that needs to happen. Because just like, I don't want war in general. I think war is bad. But the thing is that sometimes you need war to have peace. I know it sounds like it's 1984 when I say that.
Well, we got to punch them in the nose.
But the thing is that we can't have a 250 years in the future of prosperity and freedom for the world if it's run under a system that's a one-party communistic system that the CCP represents. That system has to fail. It has to fail. It can't be allowed to live. And it's just like what Reagan said. We win, they lose. There is no. I mean, that's the situation in Asia. It's like China has to lose. Has to lose, or what will happen is that other countries around the world and people within our own country will say, let's have a one-party system and follow the model of China.
Yeah.
And so China has to lose.
Yeah. That's where Biden was heading. Yeah. And I just hope there are enough people with a backbone in this country to, by that I mean like deep state, that there's enough good people versus deep state that are able to prevail.
Well, I just there's also the hand of God too. If we are a righteous people, if we deserve a blessing, then we'll be okay. It's when we're not deserving when we're going to be in problems. Because if we're deserving and the deep state's is in charge, we'll still win.
Yeah.
Because we're getting blessed. But if the deep state is in charge and we're not deserving of a blessing, then we're going to be cursed, and probably double cursed. Yeah. Cursed by deep state and cursed by God.
Yeah. All right, Paul. Next time we have a bunch of news, if things go crazy, especially.
Well, I'm sure it will, because this is. But the thing is that this is why the show is supposed to be like this, because try to cover breaking stuff. Because I do think that during the Trump administration, we're going to see a lot of these kind of days.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think this is just the prelude almost. We're gonna.
Right. Well, he hasn't been inaugurated.
Yeah, he hasn't been inaugurated, but the king is already on. The king's already arrived.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Paul, and I'll quiet down so you can close it out.
All right. Thank you
so much.
Okay. Bye. Okay, so that was an interesting talk, and I want to remind the audience on all the channels and the feeds, I'm going to be talking with John Hope tonight. It's planned, 10 p.m. New York time, and I'm going to be opening up X Spaces for a call-in so you can ask a question to John. I think it's going to be interesting. I think he's going to say some interesting stuff about Syria and obviously the reopening of Notre Dame. So, please listen to Spaces tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a live feed into the channel when I am interviewing John Hogue. I might. I just haven't made that decision yet. But definitely on Spaces, it will be live, and you'll be able to listen in, and you'll be able to raise your hand and call in to talk to John. That's at 10 p.m. New York time tonight. Okay? Before I go to the video to see what has transpired, there's a little bit of stuff that's been happening since I've been talking. But let me plug in some products. I haven't plugged a product in a little while. Please help support my work, all right? It's through you going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and purchasing the products and following what I do to improve my health. If you do that, you're going to improve your health, and you're going to be supporting this channel. And so we can have a larger community, all right? More people calling in and giving an opinion and data collecting, and this is a team effort, right? But I need your support. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow the protocols that I do to help support your health. This stuff works, all right? It's obvious it works, right? Because I do it, right? So get vitamin C with magnesium. This helps to boost up your immune system, and it also helps with your skin health. I have a supplement called Goodnight Formula, all right? And take this. This has melatonin and tryptophan in it, and it has a lot of other different, supplements and ingredients in it. Go to the store and take a look at the label. Don't have time to go over it all, but the main ingredients are tryptophan and melatonin. But the thing is that you want to have a well-rested sleep. So you are in deep sleep and you have the REM cycle, so you consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and be well-rested. Really important. Take this Goodnight Formula so you are well-rested and your body is going to be healing. All right? If you're chronically not sleeping well, then your cortisol levels are higher, your blood glucose levels are higher, your immune system is down. You're not going to have the energy levels that you get, and then all of a sudden you get sick. Well, and then if it's chronic, if you do this chronically, then you're increasing the chances of early onset of dementia. You don't want that. So please go to my store and get the Goodnight Formula. And resveratrol. It's an antioxidant and also gets rid of senescent cells. Really important to add this to your stack. It is synergistic with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol, and some of the other supplements that I offer. Probiotics, really important to take. I'm going to be real quick here. I have a powdered version that I take with hummus, which you actually saw me eat, and a veggie cap version. Both are very high quality. Go to my store and get the probiotic and improve your gut health. And vitamin B complex, really important. Why? It helps with your mitochondrial health to build that ATP. The first few B vitamins actually target the mitochondria and the electron transport chain, so you're increasing your ATP. And the vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism. Really important. And it improves neural health. You get older, you're going to need to take vitamin B complex to improve your neural health. All right. With that, let's take a look at any breaking news that has been happening the last couple hours or so. Video shows rebels escorting Syria's prime minister. All right, this is CNN here.
CNN breaking news. Good morning, I'm Victor Blackwell.
Good to be with you. I'm Amara Walker. There's major breaking news in Syria as we are coming to air this morning. A lightning-fast rebel offensive ending 50 years of authoritarian rule in Syria. Just overnight, rebel forces say Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad fled Damascus as they took control of the capital, and he has not been seen since this morning.
You hear it there, the news met with celebration across Syria and beyond. The
All right, I'm gonna go face the nation.
We're joined now by the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Ohio Congressman Mike Turner. Just a stunning turn of events within such a short period of time. The U.S. doesn't have a diplomatic presence inside of Syria. Our visibility is a little limited here. What is it that you think Americans need to know about this turn of events?
Well, Margaret, that was an excellent report because you certainly laid the groundwork. And this has been an incredibly brutal civil war with hundreds of thousands of people dying, including the use of chemical weapons, and of course reminding people that the Obama administration had said this would be a red line, that we would use military force to stop the use of chemical weapons, and failing to do so. This is an Islamic militia that has risen up and has continued, and now is successfully toppling the Assad regime. As your report indicated, it's Al-Qaeda in its origins, but it opposes ISIS. It is Turkish-backed. This is a blow to Iran, a blow to Russia. We're seeing what is likely a disintegration in Syria. The big questions will be, what does this mean for the U.S.? What does it mean for Iran, Russia, the neighbors of Israel and Jordan, which are strong allies of the United States?
So you mentioned there, and we showed the picture of Abu Muhammad al-Jilani. He is the leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, people call it HTS. You're going to hear a lot about that in the coming days and weeks. The rebel group that appears to be taking control, but they are working also with the prime minister. The United States government has a $10 million bounty on the head of Jilani. Do you think the United States still should keep that? Should Americans be concerned that this will mean something in terms of impact for terror threats to the United States?
Well, this is a terrorist organization and group, but this is not going to be just a passing of power and authority. It could be. We'll have to obviously watch that. And one of the things that we do see here, though, is this is a diplomatic failure with respect to the United States and Turkey. And, the U.S. has troops in Syria. This is on the border of Turkey. Turkey is a NATO ally. The United States is working with the Kurds. This really could have been an opportunity for the United States to work to try to resolve the issue between the Kurds, Turkey, and the United States, in working with Turkish interests in Syria. Hopefully this could be an opportunity where there could be a diplomatic support there that hopefully could help in this transition in Syria.
There were 900 U.S. troops in Syria in the south. Donald Trump in 2019 pulled U.S. troops out of northern Syria, abandoning our allies there. Do you believe he will stand by the 900 U.S. troops that remain there, or should he consider pulling them out when he takes office?
Well, I think one of the things that Donald Trump will make clear is that any threat to U.S. troops will be unbelievably responded to. So everyone should understand absolutely that the United States troops are to be secure. The second thing is he does absolutely support the Kurds, and that he's going to look for a diplomatic solution. I think there'll be an assessment as to whether or not those troops should remain. But it's, I think here there is an opportunity for the parties, especially now that Iran and Russia's roles are going to be diminished. They have been brutal in their support with Assad. The hundreds of thousands of people, including the use of chemical weapons that have been killed, have been under the Russian influence there. Russia still has 2 bases, a naval and air force base there, that are going to be both at risk for Russia, but also a risk to the population of Syria, because they have been used before to attack the Syrian population. We'll have to see what Russia does there. But this is going to be an area that's going to be highly volatile and in transition.
And no idea where Bashar al-Assad might have fled to?
No, not this time.
I want to ask you, since we're talking about the incoming administration, Donald Trump has chosen Tulsi Gabbard, the former congresswoman, a former Democrat, now Republican, to be the director of national intelligence, overseeing 18 intelligence agencies. She not only went and met with Assad, she publicly doubted high confidence assessments by US intelligence that he did what we showed you pictures of him doing, using chemical weapons there. Do you trust that she could actually represent the intelligence community, lead it, and be trusted to brief the commander-in-chief?
Well, I obviously differ in a great deal in a number of areas with both her judgment and her background and experience. But what I do trust is the Senate's process. And I think the senators are going to put her through a process. She has been nominated. She will go through the process, and I think there'll be significant debate and evaluation. I think that Donald Trump has put together in his last term, I think he will in this term, a great national security.
You know what's amazing with the newscasters? The typical mainstream media newscasters. They're always demonizing a Trump nominee, no matter who it is, unless it's a deep stater like John Bolton or something.
I think, CIA Director Radcliffe, I think, Mike Waltz as National Security Director are both great examples of people who are going to be foundational. I think we're going to see a great national security team.
Well, this is a community that you also have oversight of. So you may not vote in the Senate, but it sounds like she doesn't have your confidence. What about Pete Hegseth to run the Pentagon at a time of global instability?
Oh, there's global instability, and we can't have Pete Hegseth in there. No way. Oh, no. See, this is what I was saying a couple videos ago. They're going to create instability in the world, or the perception of instability in the world, and to say, we need someone that is more Pentagon related, more inculcated with the national security state to navigate this through. And this adds to the potentiality of another 9/11 situation, that it's possible that the deep state does something internationally that allows them to go to Congress and to give justification of continued emergency power, or to continue on their course instead of being restructured. Maybe what she should have been doing is saying, where's the money, Pentagon? Where's the wasted money? Why have you not won wars? Like since World War II. Maybe the international instability is because of our national security state posturing.
I think the Chairman of Armed Services in the Senate has made a great statement. He said, we certainly support the process, and he has his support going through the process, and we'll have to see how that goes through. One thing that is absolutely clear is that the Pentagon needs reform. We are not keeping pace with what Russia and China are doing in advanced weapon systems. At the same time, we're seeing the weapon systems of advanced technology that are being utilized on the battlefield of Ukraine.
We had a national security state more focused on demonizing, surveilling, and targeting American citizens than actually spending the money and the research on hypersonic weapon development. We spent more money at the Pentagon with woke DEI policies than spending money on hypersonic missile systems.
Acquisition systems.
We also spend too much money on forging metal for participation for our generals at the Pentagon, even though they don't win any wars. We spend more money on that than developing hypersonic missile systems.
Spending systems are not working at the Pentagon. We need reform. We need reform. Someone has to be able to lead that, and that's going to be the debate in the Senate.
I love when I ask Congress people and they just keep reminding me that they don't sit in the Senate and don't want to comment. I sense some uncertainty there on your part. But I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, of course not. She's mainstream media.
What is ticking down in Congress right now, and that is something, there's a scramble at the end of this year to get a bunch of work done. Your Democratic colleague in the Senate, Mark Warner, said it is an urgent priority to address cybersecurity gaps in these final weeks. Is it a priority for you to do something because of this massive breach by China of U.S. telecom?
You know, one thing that's very disappointing, and we've seen from this administration this malaise of this stasis of where they're unable to move as a result of the president unable to make a decision. Here we have this massive breach, this hack that has occurred from China, but we're hearing nothing from the president himself. No action from this administration as to what consequences there will be. This doesn't need just a technological fix. This needs also a diplomatic fix, a nation-to-nation consequences to China. You know, in the Obama administration, in the Obama administration, China hacked the personnel management system of the U.S. government, and there were no consequences. And now we're seeing China hack the entire system of the nation.
Yeah.
There needs to be consequences. They can be economic, they can be in a number of ways, but right now we have zero. We have nothing coming out of the administration. What need to be talking about is not technologically how do we fix this, but how do we address, which is what Donald Trump is doing, is coming in and saying China is our most gravest threat. How do we address the fact that China is aggressively attacking the United States, and they're doing that in our telecom?
Question for the incoming administration to pick that up. Thank you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps that I have. I have 4 different varieties, so they're very high quality, great for gifts, for the holiday season. Get a couple bars, get a few bars for your household, get them as gifts, help support my work, help support your health. Get these very high quality soaps. They're structural nano silver soaps. They don't have all the fancy chemicals that Procter & Gamble has. So go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the soaps. Myotrol is really important to take. If you're older, or you work out regularly and you're an athlete, or a semi-pro athlete, or whatever, right? Myotrol is important to take. Why? Because what this will do is it'll help you build muscle. It'll help you maintain muscle. It'll help you recover. It helps to improve the health of your mitochondria so you can build up that ATP so you can maintain that muscle. All right? Myotrol is formulated in such a way where it's going to help with the gene expression to make more muscle. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, do a little bit of resistance training. If you're older, this is going to allow you to maintain your muscle and get more muscle mass, which is really important, especially for back posture, especially for mobility, improving your musculature structure for your legs, the core of your body, really important. Most of the reason why people start to have problems with their back, either pain in their back or they're curving their back, is bad musculature structure, right? And the atrophy. Well, stop that. Do some resistance training, build some muscle, and take the Myotrol. And if you work out, take Myotrol. It'll help you to recover and help you to get more muscle for your particular sport activity. Omega-3, really important for cardiovascular health. You should be taking it every day. It improves your lipid profile. Another great product that is dual purpose is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract helps with the immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation and it improves your lipid profile. Digestive enzyme complex, really important to take, especially when you're older. Your pancreas doesn't work as well, all right? When you're older, your pancreas doesn't work as well, period, no matter how healthy you are, all right? So you need a little bit of help to break those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Take this supplement so it helps with digestion. It will help to absorb those nutrients from your food and lessen the load on your pancreas. if you work out, it's going to be important to refuel and to recover from that workout. Digestive enzyme complex is going to do that for you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Your immune system needs to be boosted up. Why? You have the SAD diet, you know, the standard American diet. The standard American diet is going to destroy your immune system because you'd be chronically inflamed. All right? You want to bring down that inflammation. We went through a crisis in 2020 where people's immune system is disrupted. You need to improve your immune system. Trust me on this. Turbo cancers are all over the place. Wonder why? The immune system is fucked up. How do you fix it? Bring down inflammation and boost up that immune system. All right? By taking supplementation that will calm the immune system down. Stop that chronic inflammation. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the lignin powder. You mix it with food. I mix it with hummus. You mix it in a smoothie or mix it with filtered water, right? But this will help to boost up your immune system. In addition to taking lignans, it's also going to help with your endocrine system. Guess what? A lot of people are eating crappy food, and it's affecting your endocrine system and your immune system. To mitigate that, taking lignans is a great way to improve your immune system and your endocrine system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to go to maybe DW. DW might have something new on I want to hear Ian Bremer. So he's interesting. He actually got a Ph.D. and it was about Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken.
The dictator forced out, overthrown. Hi everybody, Ian Bremer here, and a quick take over the weekend, yet again, because there is entirely too much blowing up around the world here. I want to focus on Syria, where just a few hours ago, Bashar Assad, the dictator, forced out, overthrown by a large number of militarily strong opposition forces led by the radical Islamist group HTS. A lot to talk about here. This whole thing lasted less than 2 weeks. And initially, the Russians and the Iranians provided military support for Assad, but his complete inability of his army to fight and offer resistance and the distraction that the Russians have, the stretch thin from their fighting in Ukraine, from the Iranians providing support to a resistance forces that are doing very badly against Israel, particularly Hezbollah in Lebanon, meant there wasn't all that much capacity or even that much political will to provide support, and so Assad has been overthrown. By itself, that's good news, in the sense that this has been an incredibly repressive regime, fighting initially a war against their own people, pro-democracy movement that came out of the Arab Spring and has led to over 500,000 Syrians dead over the last decade, over 200,000 of them civilians, and some 6 million refugees, both fleeing into neighboring Arab states, but also into Europe, into Turkey, and of course into Germany, which is part of the reason that Merkel ended up leaving her terms in ignominy. That is the initial background, and there has been a lot of support for various opposition groups in Syria, from Turkey, most notably from the UAE, from Saudi Arabia, and from the United States, while the Assad government was being supported principally by the Russians in terms of air support, some intelligence, some cyber capabilities, and from the Iranians on the ground, particularly the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. And that was largely enough through the majority of this war. The rebel groups by 2018 had retreated into the northwest, this Idlib region, And by that point, the rebels that were left were mostly led by ISIS. And that meant, a common enemy on the part of the United States and Turkey had turned from Assad to, the proximate Syrian part of the war on terror. And if that had failed, it had the potential to turn Syria and neighboring Iraq into a terrorist state. ISIS lost that battle. Assad consolidated most of Syria under his regime. And then about 4 years ago, Turkey and Russia brokered a ceasefire in Idlib, which was at that point under opposition control. That brings us to today. And to HTS, which stands for Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. It's a former al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria that has since formally cut their ties with the terrorists, but they're still called a terrorist organization, labeled one.
See, this is, they used to be part of al-Qaeda, but now they're a kindler and gentler al-Qaeda. So the international community should get all on board with HTS? I don't think so. Something is fishy here. All right? I don't believe that there's going to be major stability in Syria in the short term. I think it's going to be potentially boiling over to other borders. Now, what would be interesting is if this boils over into Turkey, because if Turkey is part of NATO and they're attacked, doesn't that mean that Article 5 is initiated for NATO? And not a lot of people are talking about that.
States and its allies in NATO, and they are the de facto leader of the armed opposition and led the now ouster of Assad. Now, they've become kind of Hezbollah-like in the sense that they're providing a lot of Syrian citizens with government services. They've managed to coordinate sort of rebels and eliminate infighting underneath that. And they've also promised to protect Syrian Christians and Muslim Alawites and have gotten the tacit support of the Turkish Erdogan government, who basically gave them at least a blinking yellow, if not a green light, to go ahead and launch this war against Assad 2 weeks ago. Now, having said all of that, the likelihood that they're going to run, as a secular government, Syria seems unlikely to me. We're going from Assad to what is probably going to be a radical Islamist government that'll be repressive and it'll be deeply challenging. And so I don't think that is in any way, at least at this point, something that we can call a transition that's good news or that we shouldn't feel anxiety about. But what is clear is that the Iranians and Russians have lost. So the axis of resistance is not looking like much of an axis, and it's not putting up very much resistance. The Russians, Putin has said nothing about this. He's not made a public statement. And that's not surprising. I mean, frequently when he is surprised and he faces sudden embarrassing losses, he doesn't say anything about it to his people. And if you look at Russian state media, they've been talking about France and South Korea and Trump and all those things, but almost no coverage of Syria, where the Russians have lost an ally and they've lost a military base that's important to them in Tartus, and they've not been able to put up much of a fight. Now, the good news there is that if you're Putin, you should be more cognizant of the fact that there are major costs of continuing to fight an incredibly bloody war in Ukraine, where you're making some gains, but you're losing huge numbers of Russian citizens. And so if Trump is coming in and says he wants to cut a deal, Putin should be more incented to do that. There's also good news on the Iranian front, in the sense that Syria falling means that they no longer have a corridor to provide military support for Hezbollah. And that means that the 2-month ceasefire, which has been announced by the Israelis and by the Lebanese government, is more likely to hold. Now, if you put those two things together, kind of interesting, looks more likely that Trump gets inaugurated and he is indeed able to announce that the temporary ceasefire becomes a permanent end of the war between Israel and Hezbollah, and that he's able to negotiate a ceasefire between the Russians and Ukrainians that does not give up the store.
I think the peace between Ukraine and Russia is going to happen in the first couple months of Trump's term. Okay? Now, he did say he would do it before he was even inaugurated, but I don't know. But the thing is I don't believe that there's going to be lasting ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel or Hamas and Israel. I don't believe that for a second. No way, no way, no way. This is going to escalate during the Trump administration.
Putin. The former is an easier bet than the latter, but both of them certainly look more likely on the back of Assad being ousted. The bad news, more challenges, more humanitarian degradation for the Syrian people on the ground. Could easily see another million refugees on the back of the fighting that we've had, depending on what happens with governance going forward. There are very few hospitals that are presently functioning. There is very limited humanitarian aid on the ground that's necessary in very short order, and it's hard to say that fighting isn't going to break out amongst the various factions that have held together in fighting a common enemy. If that's going to lead to coherent governance going forward, depends so much on what happens when HTS becomes not the leader of a rebel group, but suddenly is responsible for governance on the ground in Syria. And your guess is as good as anyone as to what is going to happen there. So that is the best I can tell where we are right now. It's a fascinating issue and an temporary expansion of the war in the Middle East, but hopefully one that we can see bringing a little bit of stability to.
This is the difference between Dr. Brenner and Dr. Cottrell, all right? Interesting, fascinating is his take. Let's just rewind just a little bit to get the exact words he used.
But suddenly is responsible for governance on the ground in Syria, and your guess is as good as anyone as to what is going to happen there. So that is the best I can tell where we are right now. It's a fascinating issue and an
fascinating issue. Expansionary.
Temporary expansion of the war in the Middle East, but hopefully one that we can see.
Fascinating issue. Expansionary. You know what? It's metaphysical. And it's been predicted for almost 2,000 years. And we're in the middle, we're seeing it in real time on CNN and, PNN. But it's a major understatement that it's fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating. Thanks, Dr. Bremer. Thanks. Appreciate it. It would be really interesting to see Dr. Bremer and Dr. Cottrell talking it out about the Middle East. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support this channel. Help support your health. Really important. I want you to be healthy, because by you being healthy, you're going to be able to fight the CCP. All right? Please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver gel. It's a dual purpose product. It helps to neutralize pathogens. It helps to heal wounds. And guess what? You can use it as a skincare. And you can get it either in a tube form or in a dispenser form. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this structural nano silver gel. Very important to take and use during the cold season. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. Stays active for 5.5 hours. Very important to take structural nano silver toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to get. It has no fluoride in it because fluoride makes you stupid. This toothpaste is going to make your teeth whiter. It's going to freshen your breath. It's going to neutralize pathogens. It's going to improve your gum line. And with good oral hygiene, you're going to have better cardiovascular health, and you're reducing the chances of valvular disease. When you get older, you start building up calcium plaques that can cause stenosis. Bad oral hygiene can cause inflammation at the valve level. And if you disrupt the valves, you can get a prolapse or you can get regurgitation really bad, especially if it's chronic. Because what happens is your heart will start to remodel and you're down the path of heart failure. Now, do you want to buy a really good toothpaste or take the crap that you're taking now, right? It's up to you. You're either going to be following my advice or years later see the effects of not following my advice. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the best toothpaste that you can buy. Get a few tubes of this. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Dr. Paul Cottrell, why do you try to promote so many products, during these shows? Because people need to go to the store to buy to support the channel. And people need to go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and stack these supplements the way I'm doing it so you slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, so you don't get the turbo fucking cancers. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. Why? Because this boosts up your energy levels, helps with your mitochondrial health, it's neuroprotective, and it helps to heal your DNA damage. Guess what? When you're older, you get a lot of DNA damage. And if we have a nuclear war, we're going to have even more DNA damage. So you better stock up with the NAD+. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAD+. And it stacks really well with ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the best bioavailable form of CoQ10. Really important. It's an antioxidant, helps to boost up energy levels, helps the mitochondria. Are you noticing a little bit of a theme here? And ubiquinol helps with neural health. Very important when you get older. When your neurons stop working, you're going to wish you paid attention. NAC. I added this to my stack. This helps to boost up glutathione levels. Glutathione is a very strong antioxidant and it is synergistic with C60. You want to soak up those free radicals. Why? Because you want your cells to be as healthy as they can be. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC. Boosts up glutathione levels, helps to calm down your nervous system, helps calm down anxiety. You don't want that. People that have anxiety, their cortisol levels are up, their body's inflamed, their immune system's down, and they're not very productive at work. And NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And lastly, C60. Really important to take every day. It's part of my daily routine to soak up free radicals. It's a very potent antioxidant. Take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in avocado, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 is a molecule of 60 carbons that looks similar to a soccer ball, and the way the molecule is designed, it soaks up free radicals in a higher concentration. It can soak up hundreds of free radicals compared to one molecule of vitamin C where it can only soak up one free radical. All right? So this is part of the reason why it's so potent. Take a teaspoon a day, and what you're going to notice is that your cells have less stress, you're going to have more energy because your mitochondria in those cells are going to be improved, you're going to have more ATP, your immune system is going to be better, your endocrine system is going to be better, you're going to actually think better. Why? Because your neurons have lots of ATP, or it needs lots of ATP through mitochondria. So if you improve the mitochondrial health, you're going to have more ATP for those neurons to create those neurotransmitters. All right? When you get older, your ATP goes down and you get older faster. If you reverse it by improving your mitochondria, you have more ATP, and therefore you have more energy, and you slow down the aging process. Now do you understand why taking C60 is so fucking important? And I've been saying this for 5 years. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Take a teaspoon a day. It's part of my protocol. It's a major pillar. Again, the three major pillars are neutralize pathogens with structural nanosilver, soak up free radicals with C60, bring down inflammation by taking ashwagandha and turmeric. And then you add stuff to that. And then you're going to get healthy. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It behooves you to buy the higher ounce configuration because the cost per ounce is less. It's called a discount. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. This soaks up heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, especially forever chemicals. You know, guess what? We got chemtrails being sprayed all over us because, you know, Bill Gates wants to, you know, save the planet by shutting off the sun. So, you know, there's chemicals all over the place. You have your city spraying stuff in your municipality. Our food has pesticides all over it. The clothing that we wear have PFAS chemicals, the forever chemicals. Some cooking wear has PFAS. So the clothing you wear, some of the cooking wear you use, the air you breathe, the food you eat, the water you drink has heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals in it that are bad for your body that disrupt your endocrine system and your immune system. That's really bad. That's really bad. You need to get it out. Go to my store and get the zeolite. Zeolite is a negatively charged molecule that will attach to positively charged toxins, heavy metals, and chemicals, and it'll allow you to urinate that out in 6 to 8 hours. This zeolite you can take year-round as a maintenance. How you do that is you take 2 drops underneath your tongue, drink it with filtered water, just small drops. Just drink it with filtered water. Do that every day. And guess what? It's going to soak up those toxins, and you're going to get healthier. And your endocrine system is going to get better, so you're not a crazy, liberal, woke individual. All right? This is like anti-woke. You take zeolite and you become anti-woke. All right? Anti-liberal. All right? Because it's fixing your endocrine system. If you want to detox once or twice a year, what you do is you take a few drops underneath your tongue, just small drops underneath your tongue each day, drink it with filtered water, and do that each day until the bottle's done. And do that once or twice a year. It's actually better to do it every day, fewer drops, than, you know, to do it once or twice each year, because you, between those times in the year when you're detoxing, you're actually building toxins in your body. So it's better to filter it out of your body every day. It's very important to take the zeolite, but it's very important to also filter your water. Go to Amazon, get a filtration system, and filter your water. Because guess what? I'm willing to bet your municipality in the last year increased the particulate count allowed in your water. All right? Like, for example, unfiltered New York water was around 50, at 50 range with the monitor for zero water. When, you know, so when you filter it, it turns to zero particulates. All right? Or undetected particulates. But the tap says 50. All right? That was a year ago. Now, it's at 100. 100. When you filter it, now it's at 0. I'm willing to bet that something similar is happening in your city. So they've increased the crap that's in your water. And you wonder why your endocrine is all fucked up. You wonder why why your immune system's all fucked up. You wonder why you start hearing that in the water supply for surveillance, there's an uptick in pathogens. Because people are getting sicker. Why? Because of the filter, because of the water that they drink is not filtered. So filter your water. And also make sure you stop eating the crap that's in these processed foods. because they have chemicals in them that you really don't want that disrupt your endocrine system and your immune system. You stop that. You filter your water, eat better, and you're doing wonders for your body. And then the other stuff that is accumulated in your body, you can get rid of by taking the zeolite. Now, I just gave you a recipe of how to get healthy. Now, it took 318 minutes to do it, but if you follow what I just said, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease, you're reducing the chances of dementia, you're reducing the chances of having osteoporosis, you're reducing the chances of turbo cancers and other diseases that can be mitigated by better lifestyle and better supplementation. You can mitigate the chances of getting diabetes and liver disease and colon cancers. Or you can just plug into the sick model that the American, SAD diet is allowed for, and you will pay later when you get older, when you get 65, or when you're 55 years old and you have your first heart attack. Or when you're going in for that colon screening and all of a sudden they find not just a polyp, but a tumor, right? And now you got to go through chemo or other things, right? What about early onset of dementia? Because you're all stressed out and you can't sleep. Or you're eating and you're ingesting these chemicals and poor water, and all of a sudden you start having problems with memory. It's up to you. Do you want to go down the path of sickness, or do you want to go down to a path of longevity? Now, I told you which path to take. Now, it's up to you to do it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Dr. Paul Cottrell, why are you so passionate about this subject matter? Well, my father is in a nursing home because of ischemic dementia. And my mother died in a nursing home because of a weapons program. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help me support building up this channel so I can reach more people and inform them on how to improve their health. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.